4, 3.
That's tomorrow, and that is it.
Up again. 5, 4, 3.
That's tomorrow, and that is it for us today. And we will leave you with a... I can't do it.
Okay.
We'll do it live.
Okay. No.
We'll do it live. Fuck it. Do it live. I'll write it, and we'll do it live. Right. Fucking thing sucks.
In 5, 4, 3.
That's tomorrow, and that is it for us today. I'm Bill O'Reilly. Thanks again for watching. We'll leave you with Sting and a cut off his new album. Take it away.
There are many people who see things in the sky and are sure, they can't explain it, so they're sure it's aliens visiting. Well, if you were really, really sure of that, you are not likely to write me a letter. Unless you're writing me a letter to convince me of your point of view. But that doesn't make for a fertile exchange. If you see lights in the sky and you don't know what they are, and you want further insight on what they could be and write me a letter, that's a meaningful exchange. If you can't explain what it is, and it's flying and it's an object, it's an unidentified flying object, period. You just said you don't know what it is. So that sentence should not continue beyond that phrase. You can't say, I don't know what it is, therefore it must be aliens visiting from another planet. If you don't know what it is, it therefore must not be anything. Okay, so maybe we are getting visited by aliens daily in all of these sightings, it's aliens. I don't have a problem with that. My issue is what you are presenting as evidence in support of that claim. If it's entirely grounded in your eyewitness testimony, you need to know that eyewitness testimony on the totem of weight of evidence, it is at the bottom. A little scary because in the court of law, it's considered pretty high evidence. People say, I need a witness. No, you want data. That's what you really want. You want information that didn't have to pass through someone's sensory system so that you can minimize bias, delusion, the filtering that we always do as the world outside of us comes through our senses for us to then decide what it is and what is and what is not going on around us. It's why we invented science, so that we wouldn't have to depend on our senses as the ultimate measure of what is or is not true in the world. Science and its methods and tools. The telescope, the microscope, the recorders, chart recorders, all of this. So, the best thing is, and by the way, I don't care what your pedigree is. I don't care if you're a military colonel, pilot, Air Force. Are you human? That's all that matters. After that, give me better evidence. And yes, Carl Sagan's famous dictum, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. So, best thing, just drag the alien into town square. And you'll be rich and famous overnight. You don't have to argue with me. I'm not stopping you. Go ahead. But you know what's more significant than that fact? Is that today, worldwide, we are uploading to the internet 1 billion photographs a day. Everyone has a camera and a video camera. Remember all those reports of people getting abducted and poking their gonads? Where's the video of that today? You can film that and stream it to the internet while it's happening, in case they snatch it from you. Because these are aliens that don't want a record of this, of course. Where's all the video? Where are the images of you posing for selfies with the aliens? I don't see that. That would be very helpful starter evidence that your experience was real. And don't require that I have to depend on your eyewitness testimony to decide what is or is not true in this world. You know what would make good data? You're in the flying saucer, whatever it is they came here in. Tell the alien, look over there. And then while they look away, snatch something off the shelf, like an ashtray or something. I don't know if the aliens smoke. Something. Anything off an alien spaceship is going to be interesting. Anything. I promise. And then you got something to bring to the lab if you can't drag the alien itself. Then we can talk. Until then, spend more time getting better evidence than trying to convince people that they exist in the absence of it.
All right. So I found this to be particularly interesting in light of everything that's happened with AMC. And it's funny that over the same period of time, right, as the AMC, GameStop, meme stock, shit stock phenomenon, that there have been also all these reports of unidentified flying objects as well, mostly unsubstantiated. So, yeah, interesting. Well, good evening, and make sure that you go to the website linked in the chat somewhere. Can I pin this? No. To get, yeah, I can. The bingo card, the Grifter bingo card. And we're going to try this. Now, the bingo card is a little small, but oh, thanks, by the way, to Ron for throwing this together. That's pretty awesome. And I do believe that if you create a new card, it will have different items on it. So everybody will have a different card, in other words. So I guess that means we have to watch AMC video. Let's see. All right. So I saw this trading with emotions video here at the top. This may be interesting.
Yo, what's up, guys? All right, I'm gonna make this very quick, straight up. Okay,
Well, we
so
appreciate that.
Ethereum Classic. We have a nice little rally going on right now.
Ethereum Classic. Oh, yes. Yeah, yes. Ethereum Classic. Who doesn't love some Ethereum Classic?
It looks like it wants to retest a level of support. Right now, we're tracking Bed Bath & Beyond. It's one of the patterns that is making what is this parabolic move, as you can see here. So for those that don't know about the Ethereum Classic tracking, most of the time when there is heavy volume on Ethereum Classic, normally we see the same percentage return on AMC, so the same move.
What?
Converted to AMC.
Oh, this is a new one. This is a new one for me. Whenever we like AMC tracks, or I guess Ethereum Classic tracks AMC, or AMC tracks Ethereum Classic. Wow, I didn't know that. Some diligence here.
Price. So the move that we have going on right now, if you guys can tell, this right here, we have a double bottom setup. Now this chart here is fitted to Ethereum Classic hours, which is crypto hours 24/7. This goes all the way back from December 1st to now. Okay, so I think we're here in the cycle.
That is a double bottom. Good fucking God. Oh my God. Wow. I mean, I'll tell you right now, the emotion, I don't know if this is actually an emotion, but the emotion that's at work here primarily is fucking desperation. I don't think it's really an emotion, maybe, but holy shit. Wow. Oh my God.
You can see on AMC, double bottom setup. And then going up to this parabolic move, which we're starting to see, there's a lot of volume coming in here on Ethereum Classic, but not enough, not to see this full move here that I'm expecting. So as long as we hold this range here.
So let's also be clear, this is all drawn in. the actual parabola that you see here. You can kind of see it now, but there's no volume there because it's not it's not real price action yet. That's what he's expecting. That's what he's expecting. So anyway, god damn.
It's going to be very important then that in the next day or two, this continues to play out here and we get this parabolic move, because you guys already know how this works. Most of the time, there is that 2-3 day gap between the two where the liquidity is being used for AMC specifically. So,
oh, right.
Tracking this right now, again, very straight forward video.
The liquidity, right? So it's not exactly lined up. Of course, they have to use the liquidity first in one and then transfers to another. That's why they don't line up. Okay, see this guy, he's got it all figured out. Sweet.
If you guys want more
Jesus
info
Christ.
on the tracking, there's a video called Crypto Runs AMC Follows, and that goes more in depth on the tracking and how the cycle works with that. But yeah, this is really good news. It's
there
up,
it
I
is.
think,
11
almost
months ago.
20% yesterday. Yeah, 24% from the bottoms here. And then right now, it's holding these levels. This is Bed Bath & Beyond in August of 2022. Very similar setup. Didn't have this here. Now, I will say, AMC also has a pattern that is tracking right here. That's the other one. And this one looks pretty interesting as well. So here's Bed Bath & Beyond. Here is AMC. Projector pattern in June. Same setup, parabolic move. Now this doesn't come all the way.
Does this guy not realize how things are correlated? I mean, the fact that the price charts look similar. I mean, shit, you could pick two unrelated tickers at this point. We're in a fucking bear market. Things are correlated. Hell, I mean, they're correlated even outside of the bear market, but we've seen a high degree of correlation over the last year. That doesn't mean anything relative to a prospect for a massive short squeeze for AMC, GameStop, and Bed Bath and Beyond. But I mean, we are used to seeing over on the AMC stock subreddit. I mean, I don't know if we will see one here necessarily today, but you know, the old showing a watch list with all the meme stocks on it, showing that they're all going the same way, kind of like this. You know, with some kind of cheeky comment like, this totally normal price action, guys, nothing to see here. Well, yeah, actually, that's correct. I mean, and the reasons, a big reason is ETFization of the market. So anyway, God, this is
The way
such garbage.
down to test a level of support, but it is following
Bounce around $3.
the same time frame here is very similar. Also, it looks like AMC in August. So here is a little projector in August.
Projector.
And then here
What's a projector?
That triple top setup that AMC had. Now, I did separate the two because here we're just tracking time. We're not really tracking the percentage. Here's the projector. Levels are the same. And then this one here, the structure is also the same. The levels are the same, but AMC's looks like this. So it's a lot bigger. Okay, so tracking this, I will update on Twitter as soon as we get this move here. But yeah, exciting stuff here for Ethereum Classic and AMC.
Jesus Christ.
Bye-bye.
Okay. 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 Oh, by the way, did you guys see the news on the national cinemedia? They're done. They are done. Look at that. And I did see here, Here's a Reddit post. National Cinemedia prepping for bankruptcy. Looks like AMC will soon control the entire movie industry. Well, no, that's I don't know how you get that out of this. Don't know how you get that out of this. But National Cinemedia was created, I think, in 2006, I want to say, and it was created actually by the top 3 movie theater chain companies, including AMC. I believe AMC, Cinemark, and I forget the third. Um, so you know, and it's just pretty much garbage. Let's see. It's not an AMC competitor. Oh, you think? Would be awesome to see Regal turn into an like. What are these people talking about? I got pushed that way, so I bought some. Worthless now, though. AMC was gifted the 6 million shares for opening other screens. I bought in, and I'm fairly screwed at this point. So what's the lesson there? What is the lesson there? I'm curious, but I want to stick with this Ethereum Classic and tracking and projector algo thing here.
What's up,
Just for a
guys?
minute.
Welcome back to Trading with Emotions.
Look at this
Today
cool
we're going
guy.
to talk about crypto, Ethereum Classic. On Friday's live stream, we talked about the
I don't have crypto on my bingo card, but I know somebody's got to.
correlation of crypto. I do want to update it just because there was a rally on Ethereum. There currently still is a rally on Ethereum. It's going to 40. We're about to reach 40 on Ethereum. So the theory here is that both stocks are tracking against each other. Or both crypto, stock, you get the deal. There is a lot of evidence that points to the
Did
upside.
he just use the E word? The E word. No, I think what you mean is that you see a correlation, but my that's not evidence. It's evidence of nothing except for a correlation. Doesn't mean that they're connected.
Side, right? For AMC, we got small mid caps getting ready for a pop. The SPY looks good. We know we used the 4
He said the SPY looks good. This is from March 20th of last year. I mean, how in the fuck? Okay.
transform for that. The cycle is indicating upside. We have the 128-day theory, and
The
that sort
The 128-day theory? What is that? The 128-day theory. Wow.
ties in
Okay.
together with
Well,
all
I'm looking
this.
that
It's
up.
all like finally coming together. It's making sense. I would not be surprised if we get a rally on AMC. Okay. We've seen both of these track together. I made a little illustration here. Okay, just
And I
so it
can't
could
find
make a
anything
little
on
bit
it.
more sense in the way that these two track against each other. So what we know so far is that these started tracking against each other before the June run-up. Okay, so I believe that Ethereum Classic specifically, as well with other cryptos, but this one specifically was used to trade against AMC.
It was used to trade against AMC. What does that mean? It was used to trade against AMC. Is this like a hide the shorts thing? Hide the FTDs thing? I don't know. Can anybody explain what trading against means in this context? Because I'm not familiar with that concept here. They use it to trade against AMC, of course. Yes,
To provide the
because they
necessary
use the liquidity in this, and then after that pops, then you see AMC pop. But you're gonna have to break it down, like get a whiteboard out here and actually demonstrate this. Take a page out of the Trey Collins playbook or the Marine and pull out your whiteboard and a pen, marker, and break it down. But no, let's just make these generalized statements. Oh, they use it to trade. See, the theory. The theory is they use it to trade against AIM.
liquidity
Trade against.
requirements for these hedge funds, right? So it all started back
Yeah,
here.
because if I want to know the strategies the hedge funds are using, I'm going to trust this guy. I'm going to trust this guy. Okay. And I'm really exercising a lot of discretion here and trying to avoid going ad hominem here. Okay. It, I understand it weakens arguments. I understand that it, if you have to resort to insults, yada, yada, yada. But, oh, it's so hard. It's so hard sometimes because we can destroy his argument. No problem. And then it just becomes like, okay, well, yeah, you're a fuck boy. All right, here we go.
In February, okay, of 2021. All right, we saw Ethereum Classic go up first, okay, then
Look at
AMC
that.
shortly
Clear
followed,
correlation.
28 days later. So we started off trading against each other about every month, right? We saw Ethereum create this
Yes.
pattern, and then
Manuel is
28
correct.
days later, AMC would recreate that pattern, okay? So up until about July 15th, okay, that's when things started trading at smaller time frames. So now we traded every 22 days, right? And that was for a couple
22
months,
days.
okay? Then September came around and we had 12 days, okay? And then things got even tighter up until November, 6 days. And then on December, they started tracking identical, okay? So the price movements were the same, the patterns were the same, everything was very much correlated with each other. Now, the theory
I wonder
here is
why.
that there will come a point where the cycles, both worlds will
I wonder why they started becoming correlated. Oh, well, you don't say. That's when the bear market started? That's when the market started going down? And it's one of those things that tends to be true, that in bear markets, assets are more highly correlated. Things dump together. Huh. You don't say. You don't say.
come together and merge
Tony,
for a little bit before
got it.
breaking apart again. If we apply this theory here, this would indicate that in the short term, we're going to start to see a separation, okay? So these two are going to start breaking apart and sort of bouncing off of each other. And once they do that, you're going to see the same thing, right? We're going to see the same process of these hedge funds just using both stocks to trade against each other to leverage
against each other.
what would be this next run-up, right? So in preparation
To leverage the next run-up?
or potentially the squeeze is what we want, right? And they wouldn't be able to stop it at that point. It's very clear that something is happening here because if you lay them on top of each other, they look identical. And that's what we're tracking here, okay?
No,
It's like,
I mean, this looks identical. In what world does this look identical? Okay, maybe you need glasses. How is this anywhere close to being identical? I'm not seeing it. I am not seeing that. And even if they were identical, so what? So what? I mean, I got one. I got one. It's identical. That'll blow the ape's mind. Let me pull it up here.
even though they're trading against each other, man, these charts next to each other are the same chart, okay?
No,
So, yeah, man, Ethereum Classic is booming right now. It's doing its thing, but I guarantee you in the short term, once we start to see AMC rally,
and how ingenious of them too. Now, how ingenious of them to pick Ethereum Classic. Who the fuck cares about Ethereum Classic? Okay, it's like Bitcoin Cash. I wonder if Bitcoin Cash is following the same fucking pattern.
okay, you're gonna slowly start to
Classic.
see that separation, and that is going to be a huge indicator. I believe that's going to open a lot of possibilities up, not only with you guys making money, but also the corruption, man, in the market. That's huge. When you can prove to somebody that something like this is happening.
Wait, did he just use the P word? Did you say prove? Prove. How? What? What in the fucking shit? You can prove you think you can prove shit from this? God damn.
It's going down, baby. That's all I got to say. If you can prove this shit, it's going down. All right. Now that we see this
Well, it's too bad you can't prove it.
pattern happening, and if we start to see it correlate again, okay, and things start playing out the way we're looking, then, dude, this is going to be an easy way to set up for the next possible squeeze if things do repeat themselves in the same way, if they're using Ethereum
Oh,
Classic for the same thing. So that's why I'm looking forward for the
if
next
they're
couple
using,
days, right?
of
Remember,
course they
this
have
is
to
not
do
the
it.
only indicator, okay? There's multiple indicators that show upside on AMC, okay? It's not just this one. Okay?
What?
We talked about other ones.
Come
All right,
on,
guys,
dude.
so that's all I got for you today, man. Hope you guys enjoyed the
Okay, so remember, this video is from March 20th, 2022. Multiple indicators that show AMC upside. Oh, is that so? Where's March 22? Right here. What day was that? It was March 20th. Okay. Well, you know what? It's funny because that video came out here like on a Sunday, like right before this, like this Sunday in here. Okay. And the price was right around $10. And it did have one of these pump and dumps that happened. It actually had a couple that happened. Remember the end of March bullshit from last year? I think Lou was involved in that. Of course he was. So, I mean, so right now, I'm just going to pick a point here. I'll pick a point under $10. So right now, as it stands, AMC's down 56% from that point. So I guess we could say, yeah, okay, yeah, he was right. There was an upside move. Well, but then there was a downside move that took it lower. And then there was another one of that cycle. Oh, I'm seeing the cycle here. And I'm seeing the cycle here. And I'm seeing the cycle here. I'm seeing the cycle everywhere. It's a very basic cycle. This is the cycle. That's it right there. It's like that's actually it right there. So it starts at this point, comes up, and then critically, the end point is lower. That's the cycle that I see. Anyway, so that's wrong. Multiple.
looking forward for the next couple days, right? Remember that
Okay,
pattern
let's see this
happening,
again.
and if we start to see
Go back.
a lot of possibilities up, not only with you.
Back.
So yeah, man, Ethereum Classic is booming right now. It's doing its thing, but I guarantee you, in the short term, once we start to see AMC rally, okay, you're gonna slowly start to see that separation, and that is going to be a huge indicator. I believe that's going to open a lot of possibilities up, not only with you guys making money, you know, but also the corruption, man, in the market. That's huge. When you can prove to somebody that something like this is happening, it's going down, baby. That's all I got to say. If you can prove this shit, it's going down. All right. Now that we see this pattern happening, and if we start to see it correlate again, okay, and things start playing out the way we're looking, then, dude, this is going to be an easy way to set up for the next possible squeeze if things do repeat themselves in the same way, if they're using Ethereum.
I mean, that right there is it's just, that's just, you know, if they do repeat themselves the same way, guess what? They never do. Nothing ever does. And I'm not just talking about in the fucking stock market here. Okay? Like, things don't repeat themselves. Like that really doesn't make a lot of sense in general. Doesn't make a lot of sense in general. Because the first time that something happens is a different context than the next time something would happen. So inherently, it's going to be different. Different. If you're 23 years old and you have done absolutely jack shit in your life and you have no experience in anything, like you haven't worked at a job for 10 years or in an industry for any length of time, maybe, you know, maybe you went to school, maybe you didn't go to school, it doesn't really matter. Actually, you know, I truly believe that most of these grifters are uneducated beyond high school. I mean, and there's a reason why. There is a reason why financial advisors have credentials that go beyond just, oh, I have a YouTube channel, right? Um, I'm not even necessarily talking about a degree, but yeah, you have to be certified. You need to prove that you know what you're talking about. So these guys have found a way to shortcut that, which in some ways is ingenious, because then you didn't have to worry about taking any tests or anything. So anyway, Jesus Christ.
Ethereum
But I'm going to show
Classic
you a
with the same
correlation
thing.
that'll
So
blow the ape's
that's why I'm
mind.
looking forward for the next couple of days, right? Remember, this is not the only indicator, okay?
There it
There's
is. Here it
multiple
is.
indicators that show upside on AMC, okay? It's not just this one, okay? We've talked about
Multiple indicators that show upside on AMC. Right. If by upside you mean down 50%, I agree.
other ones. All right, guys, so that's all I got for you today, man. Hope you guys enjoyed the video. All right.
Multiple indicators, but hell, I'm not going to talk to you about them. I'm not going to mention them. I'm not going to show you. Of course not. Why would you do that? Okay. So, all right, check this out here. Let me just get a good time frame on this, and I'll pull it over. I guess daily. All right. All right. So here's a correlation for the apes. Figure this one out. Okay. So we have AMC. This is on the candles. AMC is the candles, and something else is in orange. Okay. Doesn't matter what right now, but now nothing is exactly one-to-one tracking, but I think that we can agree here. I hope that we can agree that generally speaking, which is, I mean, it's all you can ask for anyway, right? Generally speaking, we see, and here's the way, an easier way to, the peaks, the tops, the tops correlate. Even this little one does. It's like a little baby peak, so the tops correlate, etc. Now, again, nothing's one-to-one, but we see some correlation. Swing up, swing down, swing up, swing down, etc. Right? So what is this? What is this security in the orange line? Well, it's actually the JP225, which is Japan stock index. This is a Japanese stock index, JP225. And it correlates, generally speaking, with the US markets. And since the US markets in general correlate with AMC, it's like a syllogism, like logic, like AMC correlates with the markets, the US market correlates with Japan, so therefore AMC correlates with Japan, more or less. Again, we're talking broad strokes here, but yeah. Now, how can the apes explain this one? I mean, well, clearly it's crime. Let's see. What do I think about CBDC? I've used CBD. Doesn't really do much for me, but I know it works for a lot of people. Chronic pain and whatnot. So I don't know. I guess I'll have to try it again. So, and by the way, I know what you're talking about there. I don't have any comment on what I don't have any comment on it. So you're saying squeeze is harder because QE is over. YouTubers aren't pumping the stock. Institutions control the stock, and the float increased by 10x. Am I saying that, or is trading with emotion saying that? Well, I don't think he's saying that, but yeah, QE is over. Although, with all these banks failing, maybe the Fed, this is the thinking in the market. Maybe the Fed will slow or stop interest rate hikes because, hey, we may not have fixed inflation. We might still have 6% inflation, but the banks are failing. Like, we have to stop because these things clearly are linked. The garbage narrative, of course. Okay. Let's go back to AMC. God, look at all this crap. I mean, it's just like Tommy's touch. Tommy's touch. Have we seen this guy before? I want to say we have, maybe. I don't know if one of them comes up with a red line like we've watched it. Yeah, right here. Yep. I knew that we had seen one, and it looks like literally one. I like all the other videos. Clear coat on a dresser and whitewashing. Smoking some weed. Lou. Oh, Lou. Okay. Yeah, we'll get to Lou. Okay. Elon Musk, squeeze catalyst. Oh, of course, Jay. Stock Jay. Chilling it up. Trump. It's about to go down. Get ready, holders. I mean, I love how these guys will just make these correlations, associations like, okay, let's see what we got here in the results. FINRA, Citadel, Elon Musk, Trump. Here's Lou. This is what we're going to watch. Those are the big ones. Those appear to be the big ones. AMC lawsuit is a blessing even for yes or no, with popcorn on the thumbnail. 16 million AMC shares shorted. All right. Look at this. Look at this. Oh, you know what? Before we do Lou, I've been waiting to watch this video too from Donahue George. Oops, not a new window. New tab. Thank you.
This is not financial advice, it's not legal advice for entertainment and educational purposes only. And anything I say is my opinion. Please don't make any financial decision based on anything I say in these videos. That being said, hit the like button, subscribe button, like YouTube algorithm stuff, so you get the videos I put them out. See what I'm thinking, see them analyze that data.
But as I tell you all, every day data released us is false.
Man, it gives us a false impression. You can make bad trading decisions.
Yeah, right.
BBIG is doing something that I think is absolutely wonderful. You know what they did? They nominated 3 retail investors to their board of directors. And if those 3 people are voted in, oh man, that's going to send shockwaves through the market. It's going to...
No. No. What? What? Okay.
Let them know that the retail investor has power. And here's the thing. Maybe AMC needs to do that. I mean, I believe we have more than enough votes where we can nominate 1 or 2 people to the board of directors and get them nominated.
Christ.
We can get them nominated. That might be the best thing that we can do, because a lot of us do not...
Where did you come up with this idea? Sitting on the toilet? I mean, seriously, what? What the fuck? Okay, now, I found here this article from Seeking Alpha from yesterday. Retail investors make a push for a place on Vinco Ventures board. A group of shareholders issued a formal announcement on the nomination of 3 new retail investor candidates to the board of directors of Vinco. The group cited the company's lack of transparency in making its activist push and has ongoing concerns about Vinco compliance with NASDAQ rules and regulations, which included the company's failure to file quarterly reports for Q2 and late filings for Q3 of 2022. Quote, as a worldwide community of retail investors, we are deeply concerned about the recent NASDAQ deficiency notice received by Vinco and a lack of transparency into our investment, shareholders said, and a community nominee. The 3 nominees are said to bring a wealth of experience in corporate finance, operations, and digital media. Okay, great. That's all it says. So nominees from the community group. This doesn't say actually that they have, what did he say? That BBIG nominated retail investors for the board. I don't even know if that's true here. A group of shareholder issued a formal announcement. Where is this formal announcement to? That's what I would like to see. So I'm going to continue looking into that.
Trust what Adam Aaron does. A lot of us feel that there's not enough transparency.
Could you imagine, by the way, could you imagine some of these clowns actually being on a board of directors? I mean, this was my initial impression of this whole thing here. BBIG and I just saw the video title. I didn't look into it beyond that point. So BBIG nominated retail investors for board of directors. Oh, okay. So BBIG, wait, that I don't think I even have it. No, I don't have it on there anymore. So, oh, this BBIG, this one, right? Yes. The one that hit like not even $10, $8 in 2021 and is now 33 cents. Okay, cool. So you have a zombie company, can't even file its shit on time. It's not even making an effort to file their shit. Okay, so that obviously, there's some issues here. My thing is, what do they like? What do they have to lose by putting retail investors on the board of, if they're even doing it? Like, if you're going to nominate retail investors and put them on a board of directors, and by the way, the article said that they had experience in corporate finance, so it's not like it's just random people off the street, right? Supposedly, wouldn't you want to do it in a company? It's like a company that doesn't matter, that's going to get delisted. Like, seriously, 33 cents. How long are you going to last on the nasdaq? I mean, what a joke. Right, exactly. BBIG is a dead company. BBIG didn't nominate them. It's a campaign pushed by the uneducated bag holders. Thank you, Model 3 dude. That's pretty much what I've been able to find as well. And I can't find anything else about that. Let me look. Yeah, no. Yeah, that is the only article that I can find on the internet, at least on Google. So here's another one. This is not the same story, but this is a press release from November last year, where it says that they meaning BBIG, announced the appointment of Richard Levichin, CPA, CGMA. What's CGMA? Chartered Global Management Accountant. Okay, so all right, it's like CPA on steroids. To its board of directors, will serve as an independent director and as chair and financial expert of the audit committee. Oh, okay. How's that going? Uh, right. So that's who was appointed to the board in November. November being here when November 10th. Yeah. Okay. So it was, yeah, it was under $1, but yeah, it's fallen what, 60% or something from there. Yeah, 60%. Lovely.
And we would like a bigger say in what's going on with the company that we've invested our money in. So I think AMC needs to follow the role of BBIG and should nominate 2 or 3 retail investors to be on the board of directors. That way we know exactly what's going on behind the scenes. Okay, I think it is an excellent idea, and I think more retail investors need to put this out there, need to start making this a big discussion. BBIG did something what I believe is very, very outstanding. Very outstanding. The fact that they're going to nominate 3 retail investors.
Oh my God. There you go, Model 3. There it is. Trey, Matt, and the misinformed idiot. I would push for that. Those are the 3 right there. That's the triumvirate. Yes. Nice.
More transparent. And AMC should follow suit and put 1 or 2 retail investors on the board of AMC so that we can have more transparency and know about the real direction of our company. Anyway, please leave some comments. Tell me what you think. Do you think it's a good idea for AMC to nominate retail investors to the board of directors of AMC?
No.
Have a great day. God bless, and I appreciate y'all on this journey with me.
Well, is it a good idea? Like, non-ironically? Yeah. No, it's a terrible idea. However, if we're looking at it as a zombie, if we're looking at it as let's accelerate the decline, sure, great idea. Get Matt, Trey, and TMI, and then you might have something. Okay, so now we have this, and I did see this, so yeah, here we go. This is from Manuel.
Hey, what up, everybody?
This is
this is Dave here.
Dave. Now, I'm not sure that I've seen this one before. Maybe we have, but it looks like a rant. So I'm going to let him rant. I'm going to try to minimally stop it here, unless I need to. So maybe we'll get some of the maybe we get some bingo. By the way, does everybody have their bingo card? Make sure you get your bingo card. The link is pinned at the top of the chat. And everybody will have a different card. So if you have bingo, don't be shy. Winner will get something. I just have this little bingo thing here. Little bingo clip. This is what it's going to be like when I get bingo. I'd say, okay. Oops. Be like this.
Bingo! 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 Bingo!
All right. Here we go. Epic AMC rant.
Hey, what up, everybody? This is Dave here. I just wanted to give everybody
Voice sounds familiar.
Kind of what I've been up to, kind of what I had going on. So I've been out of the loop for a couple weeks. I just kind of took a step back when all this, the AMC vote and all this other stuff that was going on with the lawsuit and everything. Basically, because I've just had it up to here. So sometimes you just kind of take that step away and kind of reassess everything. And plus, I had stuff going on with the kiddo, my wife, and stuff like that, which we actually got good news. Feel really blessed about that. So that's a weight lifted off of our shoulders right now, too. But yeah, just going back to thinking about everything, I guess I can give you a quick update, too, which to be expected with everybody already knew. Adam did not ever email me back and it's been over a month now. So yeah, that Q&A, obviously that's not happening, especially.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. This is the guy who talked to Adam Aaron at one of the things, and Adam Aaron told this guy to email him about his idea, and he never heard back from him. So we got that update. We did watch that video by this guy. I knew he sounded familiar, looked familiar. All right.
That I requested anyway. But so pretty much there with that. And then at this point, I think it's getting pretty apparent to everybody. I'm surprised at how many yes votes there were. I thought it would be more split than that. I know that there's way more of a divide in this community than that. I don't know if it was just more because of the 8 votes and all that stuff going on with Antera and those things, but a lot of those yes votes were already accounted for. There's a lot of theories on that. I heard it the first time that we voted a long time ago that if you didn't vote, it's a yes vote. I don't know how much truth there is to that, but everybody should have voted that could have voted. But even on the first time, I didn't receive my proxy stuff. I had one of my brokers. So
welcome to margin accounts.
You know, is everybody even getting the materials to do this, and then are they even able to vote? But regardless of that, I think you know where I stood. I gave the man an opportunity. I wanted to see if he'd stand up for retail, if he really rides for retail, and of course, he never even responded to that. So,
by the way,
obviously,
I'm counting that as an AA on my card. I'm counting that.
Just because, I mean, I get what everybody's saying about the fundamentals and all this stuff, but that's the thing. It's like this whole movement was started and predicated on it being a short squeeze. It's no mystery. If you've been here for the 2 years, if you've been here long enough, that's what you were fighting for. And pretty much it gets to be the point where you see this catalyst, that catalyst, the whole rigmarole, the whole 9 yards, the whole thing that's been going on this entire time. It's just the same stuff over and over and over again. People making excuses, people trying, to just believe in Adam as much as we can. But, you know, he's took their split.
And I'll give apes a pass on this. Ron counted apes in there because he mentioned apes or ape something. But I'll play fair and not count that. I'm not saying that Ron isn't playing fair, but I didn't catch it at the time, so I'll forfeit that one.
Split it in two and ran that shit into the ground. And for what reason? I want to know for what reason. Because right now, at best, all it looks like is to just create this whole bullshit of putting the shares back together in the long way around of getting the shares in the first place.
You can make it a drinking game.
Trying to look like, hey, yeah, I tried to do this the first time, but y'all wouldn't let me, so I listened to the shareholders. Y'all come first. Bullshit. Like, do that without even anybody's consent and then come around and get your shares anyway. It was just a roundabout way of doing that. And then give a shit about the share price in the first place. Doesn't give a shit about corruption. Doesn't give a shit about naked shorts or any of that.
Oh, naked shorts.
Thing that this was,
naked shorts.
Again, based upon the whole movement, everything. Now, if you're a yes person or if you're, you're not hoping for a squeeze at this point, I don't think if you voted yes, it was just to try to do a fundamentals play. Then you're screwed there too, because it's just like, the fundamentals suck. Where did you stand? When did you come in? I question all that stuff. Like, when did you buy? How much do you hold? And that's another thing with people saying, some of the same old bullshit about like, oh, well, you shouldn't put in more than you you can afford, or you're too emotional. What the fuck? Like, do you not care about your investment? It comes off as you're not even invested in anything, or you don't have a much. Like, if I can put, I could drop 80 fucking grand right now if I wanted to and put it in there. And I could live
high roller.
That's, more than I would ever put in, but that's something that I could do. And would I want to lose that? No. Could I still live without that? Yeah. But I'm using that, saving that money for something else. And I've been waiting for the right time for that. And I'd be pissed off if this fucking corruption and all this shit going on. I'd be very concerned about my money. I would be voicing an opinion. I would take action. I've done that with the amount of money that I have put in it. And for people to say, oh, you're too invested, or you're too emotional, or, you can't, whatever. Look at yourself, man. Look in the mirror, like, for real. What are you putting in? What do you have at stake? And it's just like, yeah, I got a little something in there. I threw a little money in, whatever happens. I don't care. I'm cool. Yeah, I'll ride this to zero. Y'all are a bunch of whiny bitches. Are you not even looking and concerned about that money? Then, where's your expertise? Why you have a following? Why does everybody should, follow people like that? You see it all over the place on Twitter.
That's a good question.
Too.
All of them.
I think people that are riding this thing from the beginning and really riding retail want to take a stand. I'm proud that I took the stand to Occupy SEC. That was one of the things I was proud of. You know, even the people on the yes side, they're all about bitching and the keyboard war.
So that's an interesting point. He's proud of participating in the Occupy SEC thing, which, all right, fine. This has be this thing masquerades as a social movement, as something to bring about change, positive change, whatever. But in the end, uh, it's pretty clear that it's basically that component of it is it's like a slacktivist thing. It's like slacktivism, armchair activism, or put another way, um, it's designed to basically make people feel like they're doing something when in reality we know that it's not going to do anything. Um, but he's proud of it. He feels better. He got off his ass and he did something, you know. But in the end, it was meaningless, as a lot of those things often are. Energy and time and brain cycles are better spent on things that are actually productive, things that have real consequences, like for you personally, rather than going out to, a government agency on a Saturday and holding a sign. Now, I'm not saying that, you know, that there's no value in that ever, but in this instance, and even Occupy Wall Street from whenever, what, 15 years ago or whenever that was, what did that really achieve? But a lot of people, they felt like they did something. They felt like they contributed to a movement, probably a false narrative. Okay. Anyway, I just thought that was interesting that he mentioned that he's proud of it. And I'm not knocking that. Hey, more power to you. But what good did it do?
Yep. I'm saying everything that I need to say right here. I got him good. No, you ain't making a damn bit of difference doing that shit. We're past all that shit. I'm so fucking far past that shit. And I know a lot of people in this community are way past that shit. Does not do shit. Yes, you can say it consistently helps and it needs to remain there, but at some point you got to take action. And it just don't look like a lot of people in this movement want to take action. They just want to hope and pray and ride on Adam's coattails while he's already gave us the finger under the table any damn way to keep AMC afloat and to do it on our dime. I wanted it on the hedge fund's dime. I wanted it off of a short squeeze. We stopped AMC from being short into the ground. We saved it there. Get a short squeeze, and then we all.
Well, there's another false narrative, shorting to the ground. I mean, boy, uh, we have to, manage our expectations of what people can be expected to take out of this thing. In other words, like, what is the point here? What are we trying to do? And I'm to the point where, it should be, small bites. So, for example, one of the things that people need to realize is that short selling does not bankrupt companies. I mean, I challenge anyone to find examples of that. I haven't been able to find them. Definitive examples with actual data that can definitively point to short selling as a key reason. It just doesn't work that way. The system isn't designed to work that way. So a small bite, a manageable goal, well, manageable in normal sense of the word, maybe not for these people, would be to realize that, okay, you bought the stock, yes. If you hadn't done that, what would have happened? Would short sellers have bankrupted the company? No. No. All right.
I'll fucking win. And AMC is saved, and we get paid, and guess whose dime it was on? Those corrupt assholes. But no, ain't gonna fucking be that way, is it? Can't be that easy, right? So we were in for a battle. And, now that people know that we're in for a battle, we are in for a battle, they don't even want to fucking fight. That's what I've never got about this, too. Like, you don't want to fight for your money? Like, you shouldn't even have a fucking platform or a voice in this shit, then. Because that's what it's all about. And if you're just in here for a movie play or whatever,
How are you going to
then
fight?
say that. Don't be.
What does that mean?
Don't be wishy-washy one way with one person, and then flip the script and then condemn and criticize somebody else the next. It's bullshit. I can't stand with this shit. And I've started to see that it is a very corrupt, and a lot of people are just bitter and toxic and shit in this movement too. I hate saying that because we're all in this together, but
I don't.
It's like
no, you're not. You're not in shit together.
This whole
you invested in the same worthless stock. You all made the same mistakes. But that doesn't. I mean, you're not one block. It's not like you're moving as a unit. And in fact, when people move as a unit, what happens? Like we get these catastrophic crowd crush events, like at these stadiums, like football stadiums, soccer stadiums, and concert arenas and whatnot. When there are too many people packed in, and it's tragic. I mean, it's absolutely it just blows your mind that something like that could happen, and people die. But that's what happens when you have a mass of people that are so close together, connected, and they lose their all individual freedom of movement, and it's catastrophic. So there's an analogy for you. This is a crowd crush event. God.
Diamond hands
Oh my
thing.
God.
So never sell, do whatever. We'll write it to zero, and everything is great. Adam's the fucking hit. I was gonna say something else, but yeah, the silverback. But anyway, in him we trust and all this bullshit. Like, enough is enough with that shit. Like, they're just toxic people, and they'll actually go out of their way to try to just down any and everything that somebody else can do that opposes their views in a slight place. It's just like a hit piece. Like, we're going after this guy, we're going after this one, and it's just like hate on everything they do, call them out in their comments, especially on Twitter too. And I just don't get that. How is that, productive? How is that, uniting the community? It's not. It's doing the complete opposite of that shit, honestly. And I'm sick of hearing that bullshit. And I'm sick of seeing it, frankly. On top of everything else, man, it's just, it's like, that's just that toxic fucking atmosphere. Like, they're just as bad, if not worse, than people that have been negative the whole time. And trust me, there were people negative on day one. So for people like that to come in here and say, oh yeah, look at these shields, or look at this, bitch boy, whiny bitches, or whatever. Like, there have been people, I've been in this thing since the beginning. There's been people since the second week of this thing talking shit like that, and it's never stopped. So you just lump everybody in that side of the things. It's just, again, it's bullshit again, but whatever. I mean, we're at where we're at. I'm clearly not happy.
Every time he says bullshit, I think I'm going to get bullish, but no. Dang it.
About it. I'm very pissed off, if we want to get down to it. And you know what? At least I can hang my hat on. I'll tell you this. I can at least hang my hat on that I took action, that I tried to do something about it. I don't know if a lot of you can say that. Actually, I know a lot of you can't say it because I knew how many people were there, but at least I know that a lot of you supported it. So that's one thing. And I'll tell you this, and this is what I'll fucking end on right here. The only way I would do that again, and the only way I would go back out there, is if this community is united. And what you're going to fucking see is after this goes down, and we get this reverse split, and all this yes shit goes through, and we get shorted back down to fucking nothing again from 20, 30, 40, wherever the hell we end up. Then what? Then what are we saying? Well, then what are you delusional fucks gonna do? If we couldn't ever band together after that, and there'd be enough pissed off people that would be willing to go back out there and stand up at the SEC building, which is a perfect place to do it, by the way. Been there, done that. That's a great venue for it. Works out for everybody. I'd like to go back with 1,000 fucking people and get back on Charles Payne. Show them that, hey, we finally quit the infighting. We finally banded together, and we're getting organized, and we're coming back strong at this because we're not going to.
Well, you're going to need Wes Christian for that. I mean, nobody can bring you together except for Wes Christian.
For this shit.
From the Levine Law Group.
Where's that? When is that going to happen? And I'll tell you that if that plays out the way that I just said, and people can't come off that, yes, Adam Aaron is the best. He's doing everything. He's making moves. He's doing boss shit. then there ain't any ever uniting this fucking community, and there's never gonna be. They'll forever be pussies. sorry to put it bluntly like that, but I'm pissed. If you're not willing to stand up, you're not willing to do something whenever you're pushed to that point, then yeah, maybe you don't have enough money into this. Maybe you don't give a fuck about it. Maybe
you don't have enough money into this. What? No, maybe you're smart. Maybe you're discerning. Maybe you're a critical thinker. Maybe you're not foolish. Maybe you don't buy into bullshit. No. Oh man, that's
shut the fuck
terrible.
up.
Wow, that great video, Manny. I mean, great in the sense of terrible, but God, wow. All right, We got to look at Lou. Where is it? I passed it up. Jesus. I still think AMC is going to run. Here's Lou.
All right, everybody. Just want to, first of all, I want to say something to one of our people. Daniel, I got your letter that you sent to the judge. Yeah, that's an impressive letter. As far as everybody writing the judge and stuff like that, like I said, be respectful and stuff. Put your thoughts on it. You're a shareholder. I mean, there's no problem on that. I mean.
So maybe, what's his face here? Last dude should write a letter to the judge. It's a hell of a lot easier than going out to Washington, D.C. and standing in the cold with a sign.
Can it help the judge see things the way we see things? Could be. Could be. I already get the emails of people like, yeah, write your letters to the judge, whatever. I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever. I had sex with your sister. But neither here nor there. Please understand something. When people go, this court case is rigged, this was a setup, this was a whole thing, I could just tell you one thing. It wouldn't shock me if it was, but that's not the only thing that's been a setup. Everything in this thing, everything from the AMC tokens on FTX and the fact that Ape was created and how Antara got it and just everything and how Popcorn had the vote set up. Let me tell you something. Everything in this play is a fucking disaster nightmare. But it doesn't discount the fact that AMC still, you can't really find shares on it. Cost to borrow is ridiculous. Chicken apocalypse is happening. And there's a lot of problems happening with that whole Credit Suisse / UBS
Credit Suisse
buyout.
I think that Ron may have just gotten bingo. I'll let him say.
The banking situation is getting worse and worse and worse. But I'm going to warn everybody here now. Now, this is an AMC video, and I'm trying to tell you that at the end of the day, the AMC side of the fence, I warned everybody about the Antara, Ape drop, possible drop, whatever. And I still, right now.
Is that a bingo? Is that a bingo? That's a bingo. We got a bingo. Hold on. We got a bingo here. We got a bingo. Hold on. Wait, hold on. Here it is.
Bingo! 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 Bingo!
All right. Reset your cards, people. All you have to do is hit new, generate card. Here we go. Round two. Round two. Cat bit you while you were typing. See, that's what you get for celebrating other people's misery. Cats know. They know. All right.
I look at AMC as the one that can kick things off because of the situation. Please understand that this week we might have we're going to have another bad banking week. So every week we're getting worse and worse and worse.
Oh, yeah?
Okay.
Is that so, Lou? I mean, I just read here on Bloomberg that UBS is going to take over Credit Suisse, basically. So, yeah, of course, that doesn't mean anything, but And then they also say what? Something about 146 or something banks that have been identified or something like that. I don't know where that is, but anyway, as far as the CS thing goes, looks like, unfortunately for the apes, I know they're sad to hear that. That's bad news for the apes because they want CS to go
Other
bye-bye.
things may have been absorbed in different places. This is not being absorbed. This is not. They're rolling this shit over. And I just did a post, I think it comes up as a short, on how fast clearing now, the central bank digital, they're rolling this shit out in July. It's already being tested. Remember, the street already has their coins. Okay?
Oh, well, Manuel bingoed 2 on that. Holy shit. 2 bingos on the last one.
Okay, let me just say something. There's a big fucking change happening right now. AMC is still right now in the same situation it was before. The nightmare that's going on, like I said, yes, it does end with the judge. But for now, we're still in this world. We're still in this fight. So hang tight, because everywhere I look at it, high cost to borrow, no shares available, a bazillion fucking FTDs on it. Like, all it needs is like a little fucking... Yeah, I know if that happens, Antara's going to drop 190 million ape on the street. I get it. That's going to push it down. But you got to understand, people are nervous about that, because what if the judge says ape can't merge with AMC? That's a game changer. So, title of this video is, I still think AMC's going to run.
Okay. Now, here we have this next one. We'll do a Lou twofer.
All right, I said I'm going to put this on as a separate video, so here it goes. You know what makes me sick to my gut is watching the last of my money I had, 90,000, go down to, and I'm not going to say the amount because it's horrifying. And I lost my kids' chemo money because we have psychopaths robbing us. I just feel like dying. That's how much I'm hurting right now. Adam is an evil man. Okay, let me just say one thing first. One, you should...
I think that counts as AA. Pretty sure. I'm counting that.
...have had your kids' chemo money in the market. That I'm going to put out there. Don't risk, and I said it from the beginning of all of our relationship, I said, do not risk things that
our relationship,
the security of your family.
I love his language. I love Lou's language and euphemisms, his terminology, his parlance. It's just now, since we've had this relationship, okay.
Your kids moving forward. Reason I put this out here in a separate video, I want people to understand. You know how Popcorn's always talking about trying to get AMC out of debt? I'm trying to get AMC out of debt. Bullshit. At the end of the day, if he would have allowed June 2nd to have happened without him dumping this stock, he could have sold that stock easily in the market in the hundreds, wiping out AMC debt entirely, clean. And all the revenue he made afterwards would have been on a positive note, because his debt would have been paid down and the stock evaluation would have been even higher after the squeeze. We would have made money, AMC would have been money out of debt, but no, they had to drop the stock. The executive team had to drop stock. They had to, then when they put out a vote, they wanted more stock, and we said no, they created 8 in order to get around our vote. That's barely what it was, to get around our vote. Like, oh, vote. Oh, you voted no? Okay, we're going to create 8.
Well,
and right now, we all know what happened with this with Antara. But I wanted to...
because the company needs to raise money, and the ape said, no, not until we have our squeeze. But that's not the way things work. So, yeah, it was what they had to do.
To put that out there, because
they,
I wanted
meaning
to
AMC,
show the human factor of AMC. So for the people on the other side, you know, especially who, you cost that kid his chemo. Now, his father was reckless having that money there. I get it. But this should have never have happened. Think about all the other horrific stories that are out there. Yeah. Let that sit on your soul, because it doesn't sit on mine.
Yeah, need to put they on the card. That shit. Yeah. I mean, come on, okay? Like, look, that's just absurd. Why would you do that, first of all? Why would you do that? Secondly, they believed that it was a sure thing. They believed that it was obvious, and it was obviously wrong. That's not what a responsible person with money would do. It's just not. Especially this point, well, and this wasn't the case in 2021, but you can get a guaranteed practically 5% return on like short-term treasuries. So, and plenty of other things if you know kind of what you're doing a little bit, and you're playing both sides of the market and things like that. But I mean, I mean, you cost this kid his chemo money. No, whoever put the money in the market cost the kid his chemo money. I mean, it's tough because it's easy to sound like you're, you know, cold and callous and quite frankly, a psychopath saying these things. But unfortunately, that's the way you have to look at it. You can't get wrapped up in the emotional aspect of it. And yeah, this is a cold, callous, cutthroat game. So if you're putting money in, knowing that you can't lose this money, you've already lost it. You have already lost it. Okay, now I told Model 3 dude, we'll do a Lou triple play.
All right, I'll leave you with this one today. And I want you
How
to
fitting.
go out, enjoy your Saturday, spend time with your family, do something peaceful, beautiful, nice. Just do something.
And look at this too. Remember when Lou was like, I'm not selling mugs. I'm not selling t-shirts. Well, what happened to that? Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. $35 for a hat. Jesus.
This week is going to be like Planet Wacko in the United States. I know it's already been wacko-ish. It's going to get even worse because the banking situation ain't getting any better. It's not.
So what he's saying is the market's going to rally more? Is that what he's saying? That's what I'm hearing here. It's going to be wacko. Banking situation is going to get worse. So market rally. Well, we'll see, right?
At all. The banking
By the way, futures stream tomorrow at 6 p.m. Come by here, take a look at the futures market opening, see if we can glean anything from what's going on. But shit, it's almost let's
price is going to continue to get even worse.
I'm gonna get one of those 10-sided or whatever they are for Dungeons and Dragons, 10-sided die sets, and use that from now on for market direction and sentiment. Because because illogical.
Yeah, the Fed might reverse everything and drop interest rates and
hell no.
Great, then there'll be a crash this summer. They might do that.
That makes no sense. Why would they do that? Why would they do that? They, in this case, means the Fed. You would have to have the crash first. You would have to have the catastrophe would have come first, and then you would see the pivot. That's usually the way it works. So you're going to see either inflation come down and interest rates come down as a result of inflation subsiding, or catastrophic blow up disaster, and then you would see rate cuts. But the market pricing in cuts now is absurd. It has never worked that way ever in history. It makes no sense economically. Just no.
Or they might turn around and
Now, having said that, you almost can't put it past this Fed to fuck things up even more because that's what they've done at every step of the way from the perspective of consumers and citizens. They've fucked it up from the perspective of Jay Powell, Congress, insiders, people who sold at the top, though. They didn't fuck up. They didn't fuck up. They did exactly what was needed to, make themselves a shitload of money. So it depends on always depends on perspective and point of view. But I would say for the majority of people, it's been a disaster, complete disaster. And the problem is, um, Charlotte says not a good thing if they raise the rate 0.25. But the problem is, Charlotte, that inflation is not down. Inflation is still too high. And really, the primary way that the Fed can affect that is through the interest rates. Now, we've had the fastest, most extreme hike in interest rates over the last year that we've ever had, basically, besides what happened in the late 70s. And it still hasn't fixed this problem. We started to see it roll over, but what happened? We started to see it roll over. We started to see the inflation numbers come down. What happened? Jay Powell came out and said, "Oh, we're seeing the beginnings of disinflation, yada, yada, yada." What happens? The market goes crazy. What happens when the market goes crazy and rallies? That loosens financial conditions. It brings the bond yields down. The price of bonds goes up. And that's antithetical. That's the opposite move of what needs to happen. Because again, we still have the sticky inflation. So it really is the Fed is they've put themselves between a rock and a hard place here. The rhetoric coming out of the Fed, all these Fed speakers that come out and want to paint a rosy picture, and I understand that, but they have a job to do. Their job is not to make people feel better. Their job is to fix the monetary problem that we have that's created this inflation. So do I want to see rates go up? Yes, I do. Because I want to see inflation come down and I want to see the market respect that and reflect that in the valuations of some of these companies. I mean, that's my spiel on interest rate hikes. But if the Fed pauses right now, I mean, we've already seen on the last hikes that we've had, some of the previous hikes, we've seen the market take off on that. And some of it's short covering and then it comes out again. But the point being here is that if the Fed pauses, the market is going to rally to new all-time highs probably. And that is not a good thing. Now, I don't know if it'll go to new all-time highs. We'll need a few more banks to fail and we'll need a few more massive layoffs, then we'll get all-time highs. But um, it's a question of short term versus long term. And unfortunately, Wall Street is concerned with short term. Wall Street doesn't care about monetary policy. They don't care about inflation. They just want to see quarterly profits. They want to see their numbers. They want to see all that shit, which really, in this grand scheme of things, is irrelevant. And in fact, it works against a long term stability. So, anyway, we'll see what happens. I don't think they'll not raise. I think the latest probabilities put it at um, uh, I think the long term. I think the probabilities are at a 25. Let's see here. Yeah, 62% in favor. 62% probability of a 25 basis point hike. Now, interestingly, 1 week ago there was there was a 40% chance of a 50 basis point hike, and that has gone away. So this is interesting, right? So before the banking problems started, well, actually 1 month ago, it was 81% for a 25 basis point hike, and it's 18% for a 50. And then probability of the 50 went up. This is still before SBV. And then after post SBV, the probability for 50 went away. The assumption is, oh yeah, the Fed they can't keep raising rates. See, the banks are failing. Well, it's isolated incidents, idiosyncratic events at institutions that did not manage their risk. SBV did not have a risk manager for most of 2022. That's when they needed it the most. Do the banks want an increase? Yeah. Well, I would say Tony took the words out of my mouth here. Banks have no choice. It's the Fed choice to raise rates, first of all. But do banks want an increase? If they have properly hedged their interest rate risk, it shouldn't matter. That's where SBV screwed up. They didn't do it right. So I don't know if they want an increase or not, but it shouldn't be catastrophic like to the whole system. And I don't think it is. Lynn's here. Lynn, welcome. Get yourself a bingo card. Right. Oh, and Tony also said, let Mark Kohrs write the letter for the apes. He wrote a 20-page letter and got the fraudulent banks shut down. Yeah, I heard. Kohrs for the win, right? Okay, back to Lou.
Freaking do a Paul Volcker type scenario and fucking shoot this shit up to like 14%. Nobody knows. That's why the market's.
Well, the thing about that is that worked. And the conventional wisdom is, yeah, the interest rate needs to be raised above the rate of inflation. So if you got 6% inflation, interest rate needs to be higher than 6%. That's the general, common, conventional idea. And that worked. Is it going to stay there? No. But it's going to bring the inflation rate down because it's going to kill demand. Okay.
It's all fucked up right now. This boom and bust cycle that the Fed has everybody going through is just, the economy is just wiping out. But I want to get past that.
I don't think we know. I don't think we know where the economy's at. I'll say that. I mean, I don't think we know. I mean, everything's so up in the air. From day to day, week to week, hour to hour, minute to minute, even. This shit it's so schizophrenic. There's really no seeming rhyme or reason, but you can see the correlation between when the interest rate expectations go down, or I'm sorry, the hike expectations go down, market rallying, interest rate yields, bond yields going down, like we saw in the NASDAQ last week, up 6% or something like that on the week. Is that real? Is that really going to stick? Does anybody believe that? Does anybody believe that? Does anybody believe that Apple should be at 155? I mean, I'm sure some people do, but if you're looking at this larger picture, I don't think there's any way that makes sense or is sustainable. I just don't see it. I don't see it. Okay.
I don't get too much into this because this is a sensitive topic all around, especially with me and everything else like that. But I'm going to let people know. This week, all in the headlines, people are already seeing the Trump and New York,
here we go.
Indictment. I'm getting heads up that it's happening. It's going down on Tuesday. If that is the case, you could anticipate stupid shit happening because that's going to, in many people's mind, that's going to kick off, obviously. I'll just leave it at that. So plan accordingly for this week. banking crisis, market, social.
Damn it. All right. Well, I said DWAC trading opportunity. DWAC trading opportunity. Monday will go sideways maybe. Tuesday, however, if he gets picked up, you're gonna see a dip, and then you're gonna see a rip. I'm not being serious here. I don't think so. Maybe, but maybe this actually needs to be. Well, yeah, it'll be more. The fake out aspect will come into play. Hey, that's not bad. That was the first unintentional mute. Like unnecessary zoom, unintentional mute.
Social
All right.
stability, things like that. Please. Love you motherfuckers. Even though I haven't met you motherfuckers, I met some of you motherfuckers. I want you to be safe this week because you can't make up all these factors all in one shot. It's just unbelievable stuff. So prayers out to everybody. Enjoy. Have a beautiful Saturday. I'll be back around later tonight. Chicken apocalypse.
Chicken apocalypse for the win. All right. Okay. Oh, look at Uncle Frank. Uncle Frank, did computer-driven hedge funds suffer their worst day ever recently? Wow, that's a very insidiously manipulative title. That is that will instill some bullishness. Let's see what we got here. Uncle Frank. Welcome to Uncle Frank Finance. I'm not a financial advisor.
Welcome, everyone, and thank you for tuning in to hear my trading and market updates. This is Uncle Frank, and I'm not a financial advisor, nor is any of the content to be construed as financial advice. This channel is for entertainment purposes only. Please remember to hit the like button if you enjoyed the
entertaining it
presentation.
is.
Be sure to subscribe to the channel so you're alerted when I have new information to share. So now let's get into the latest updates.
Creepy Uncle
welcome
Frank.
back, everyone. Let's prepare for next week together, starting with Wall Street breakfast and a look back at last week's action. Stocks and bond yields fell Friday, capping a tumultuous week as concerns rose that turmoil rocking the banking sector will tip the global economy into a recession. Investors pulled back from positions in First Republic and other regional bank shares, marking a turn from Thursday's relief bounce that followed a commitment from a group of banks for $30 billion.
Generally speaking, these types of narratives, you got to take them with a grain of salt. Because, I mean, you can figure that out. Oops, what am I doing? What happened? Uh-oh. Okay. You'd cry if he was your uncle. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Billion in deposits as a sign of confidence.
So we'll wait till he gets
in
down
the banking
here.
system. Despite the down session, the S&P settled 1.4% higher on the week, and the NASDAQ composite jumped 4.4% as investors bet on tech names ahead of next week's Fed Reserve policy meeting. Friday's slide pulled the Dow Jones average slightly negative for the week, down 0.15%.
Okay, well, so we have all this doom and gloom here in the beginning of this paragraph, right? Tumultuous week, recession, banks, all this, right? But oh, the S&P was up 1.5% and the NASDAQ was up 4.5%. Okay, but you just said that, and then investors bet on tech names ahead of next week's Federal Reserve policy meeting. Oh yeah, because at least earlier in the week, the assumption was no, they're not going to raise rates, and now it's pulled back to, well, it'll probably be a 0.25%, 25 basis points. Yeah. So these narratives to me are garbage. They're garbage. The reality probably is closer to something like you saw massive short covering on tech names. You saw massive short covering on tech names. And does anybody think that this move, these moves here, does anybody think that this is going to actually stick? Is this really investors betting on tech names? Or is this short covering that we'll see again come out? You know, or maybe it'll go a little higher first and then it'll come down. I mean, no, you never, they never say that. They never say, you know, oh, this was likely short covering. They never look at the short covering data. They never look at anything like that. They just say, oh, they bet on tech names. No, they didn't fucking bet on tech names, most likely. Or in any case, is it prudent to look at it like that? Investors bet on tech names. Yeah, let's bet on tech names. Let's bet on low quality fucking tech names. I mean, and it's not just low quality. I don't get that. Let's see here. Maybe the rally is predicting hyperinflation. Maybe. Hope not. All the VCs have to put those recent withdrawals somewhere. Now that's a damn good point, Lynn. That is a damn, yeah, all that money that was, you know, that created the runs on those banks, they had to put it somewhere. Yeah, let's put it in Apple. Fuck it, let's put it in Apple. Let's get Apple up to 155. I mean, come on. Look at that. Jesus. This thing should be down here as far as I'm concerned. But that's me. I admit I'm biased against Apple. Hate Apple. Right.
The S&P 500 finished at 3916, down 1.1%. The nasdaq 11,630,
which, by the way,
0.74%.
3916 basically is it's right at essentially a key level. So it is a kind of a turning point. It is an inflection point. So
the Dow,
for what
31,861, down 1.19%, and the 10-year bond yield stands at 3.3950. Moving to my calendar, Monday, nothing scheduled yet, but Tuesday, 10 a.m. Eastern Time, we'll get a look at existing home sales. But next week is all about the Fed meeting Tuesday and Wednesday. And on Wednesday, 2 p.m. Eastern, we will get the interest rate decision. Are we going to cut? Are we going to go flat?
Are we going to cut?
Or hike a quarter point or a half a point? Please put your prediction in the comments. And then at 2:30, Fed Chairman Powell will hold the press conference. Thursday, initial and continuing jobless claims at 8:30 a.m. And then at 10, new home sales. So what's the street predicting for next week? Market expectations have skewed firmly towards a 25 basis point rate hike by the Fed at its monetary policy meeting next week. The shift was spurred by turmoil in the financial sector and the European Central Bank's decision to hike rates by 50 basis points.
Really irrelevant to the inflation issue. I mean, irrelevant. Inflation is sticky at 6%. Why are we talking about cuts?
The ECB's move came amid calls for central banks on both sides of the Atlantic to dial back on the policy tightening in light of the banking crisis. Ahead of the release of the...
Because Madame Lagarde is not a pussy like Jay Powell. And they're doing what needs to be done, one could say.
The ECB's decision, markets were pricing in a 56.8% probability of a 25 basis point hike by the Fed next week, and that's according to the CME FedWatch tool. The probability of no hike was at 43.2. Now, the probability of a 25 basis point hike has grown to 76%, with
Seeking
24%
Alpha
probability of no hike. The larger issue of protecting the banking system and the economy takes center stage. The Fed will have to fine-tune between fighting inflation and over-tightening.
I mean, over-tightening. I mean, Jesus. Okay, whatever. I've already said my piece on that.
Headline: The Fed is broke.
Oh, zero hedge.
Fears expanding wars.
Everyone's favorite right-wing financial
DoubleLine CEO
log.
and founder Jeffrey Gundlach has had a lot to say as the U.S. banking system collapse and bailout enjoins Europe's banking crisis, leaving central banks' inflation-fighting plans in question. Jeffrey Gundlach would continue in the interview. In all the past recessions going back for decades, the yield curve starts de-inverting a few months before the recession, adding that I think it's within 4 months at the most. Almost every indicator is flipped into high probability. The only one that hasn't is the unemployment rate. But the double line founder pointed out that at 3.6%, the unemployment rate just crossed back above its 12-month moving average, which historically has been a reliable indicator you're on the doorstep of a recession. Gundlach called Silicon Valley Bank's failure a rate policy collision with stupid accounting rules for banks, but warned the Fed's reaction was inflationary and antithetical to their inflation fight.
Okay. I mean, there might be stupid accounting rules at play there with the mark-to-market thing. That could be true. A rate policy collision with stupid accounting rules for banks. I would say, you know, a rate policy collision, I would agree with. Stupid accounting rules, maybe, but gross mismanagement and probably fraud. I mean, the damn fuckers didn't have a risk management officer for most of 2022. So they didn't hedge the inflation, the interest rate risk. And, you know, I don't think we need to point out that, you know, most banks, institutions, whoever, they're not running without a risk management director. So that's why I'm not buying into it's a total banking collapse. We're on the doorstep of a total banking collapse. I'm just not buying that. I don't see the evidence for that. Okay.
Fighting stance. Now, the hedge funds may be dragging down AMC
Now,
and
he looked at this. I think he looked at this last time. This fucking article here. Now, I gotta see where this is from because I forget, or I didn't actually look it up. But movies really are. I love when I have to do this. I have to type in the article and look it up because they're not showing us where the source is. But I think it's New Yorker or Harper's or something like that. Variety no, the New Yorker. It's from the New Yorker. Here it is. You know, I like to know the source of things. Okay, I want to know where something is from. And this one, you can pretty much tell it from the font. It's this, you know, the New Yorker font on here. So I couldn't remember what it was, which one it was, but yeah, very distinctive font. Okay. I mean, I don't care. I don't, I mean, yeah, this was at, you know what? Yeah, this article is from 2009. All right. What was Netflix like in 2009? Does anybody remember? Did anybody have Netflix? I mean, I had Netflix. We had Netflix back then. I'm trying to see here when they started their streaming. So they were transitioning to, they launched streaming in 2007. However, they only had 100, they had only had 1,000 films available for streaming compared to 70,000 available on DVD. Remember, now I have a feeling that a lot of people, maybe not here in this stream, but a lot of Netflix customers, current customers, were not Netflix customers before. So they may not even know that it used to be a mail-in service. So they'd send you a DVD in the mail, you'd watch it, and then you send it back to them. You know, pretty cool for the time of what it was. Let's see, 2009. So in 2009, Netflix streams took over DVD shipments. That's coming from Wikipedia, and that is sourced in a VentureBeat article from 2009, from February 24th. So right after this article came out, it's on the screen here. And then they started doing deals with Warner Brothers, Universal. So really, it was after this period that streaming really. So does that lend any validity to what this is saying? I don't know. Um, and this article is talking about so with so many free pieces of entertainment available on the net. That's how we talked about the internet, I guess. Still in 2009, the net. People were less likely to schlep to the theater and shell out $11 for a film. Okay. Um, that was at a time when Netflix had just started, you know, basically the streaming model was in place and it was about to take off massively. Um, I don't know that this is relevant now. Okay, that's what I'm getting at. It's not the same environment. Everything's on Netflix. Everything's on Peacock, Hulu, Paramount Plus, all these streaming services. It's different. Plus, you had the pandemic. I just don't think that it's the same. I just don't like. This is just that's really reaching. All right, what is this now?
AMC closed out the week closing Friday at 418.
MyAMCApe.com. What is this? MyAMCApe.com. So it's like a Stonko tracker competitor. Website pulling and tracking public available data and publish them. This is a private project with no connection to any business in the stock industry. Okay. The AMC plus APE ticker reflects the sum of price and volume of AMC and APE shares. Great. Why would you need this? Why does anybody need this? Don't you have, trading view? Don't you have a brokerage? Why I don't understand these low quality websites like this. It just whatever.
4.78%. The APE finished at $1.30, down 3.7%, and the consolidated price of AMC and APE now stands at only $5.48, down 4.53% for the day on 39.8 million shares. Now, based on that last price of $4.18 for AMC, expect support to the downside at levels 408, 398, and 385. To the upside, expect resistance at 431, 444, and 454. Our preferred share, APE, is fourth, and AMC is now eighth on stocks with the highest short interest at Yahoo Finance. This list is based on a summary of the consolidated market short interest positions listed on both the NASDAQ and the New York. When it comes to
I'm not buying this either. I am not buying this. They've said this before. It makes no sense. And furthermore, this chart doesn't even show short interest. It's not even one of the columns here. What is this? Where is this from? It says Yahoo. Okay, great. Well, I know we can trust the good old Ortex guy to give us the latest Ortex data. God, this motherfucker has 315,000 post karma on Reddit. Well, that's what happens when you post this bullshit every day for years. So AMC, they say, well, we can just look at this one. AMC, they say 24. APE, they say 6%. So how in the fuck is APE number one on the most shorted stocks list? This is absolutely fraudulent information. I mean, unless we've pivoted to a world where 6.4 is higher than 24, that does not make any sense in and of itself. So this is what happens. These guys are dumb terminals. Okay, this guy knows nothing. Because why aren't you questioning this? Why the fuck aren't you questioning this? Well, is it because you don't know? Is it because you're literally a dumb terminal that you are a display terminal for information that comes from other places and you're not even questioning it? You're not working with the data at all. You're literally just displaying it, presenting it. I don't know, but give me a break here, okay? Uncle Frank, give me a break. Give me a break. We got to call bullshit on this.
Shorted stocks on the New York Stock Exchange, APE remains number one, and AMC dropped to the 22nd position after 26 days on the NYSE threshold list. Now let me say that again another way. Our tiny preferred share APE is still the most shorted stock on the entire exchange. No comment.
What? No. Yeah, no comment? You don't have any comment on that. Really? Okay.
From AMC management. And now, AMC, how did they get off that list without significant open market purchases? We may never know.
Well, because you assume that FTDs are going to require people to go out and buy shares, which is not true. Okay. because you assume that FTDs are naked shorts, which is not true. Everything the apes assume and these grifters assume about FTDs is wrong. So yeah, you're like, well, how did they get off the threshold list if they didn't buy a massive amount? Because you don't understand how it works. Because that you really think that, I guess they do really think that's how it works, or they hope that it is at
Hey,
this
can
point.
any of you out there explain to me why this only happens to our stocks? Thank you for contacting MarketWatch regarding your inquiry about outstanding shares of ticker APE listed as 93.79 billion. We apologize for any inconvenience this may have caused you. Okay, let's get down to business with AMC and APE. I am not a financial advisor. This is not financial advice.
All right, we heard that before.
Buy, sell, or hold any security or cryptocurrency.
I love this too. Roll the disclaimer, and now we're going to talk about a fucking meme. So why did you tell us that you're not a financial advisor? Because I mean, I've seen financial advisors post memes actually, so that's a bit of a moot point. Like Nikki Dunn, is that her name? Nikki Dunn. Anyway, like what the fuck? Yeah, we know you're not a financial advisor because you're relying on other information, not interpreting it at all, spouting the garbage that Ape is the most shorted stock on the exchange, and running with memes. So, yeah.
I'm merely sharing my opinion, my activity, and the strategy behind it. I am still long AMC and APE. I am still acquiring it. The shorts haven't covered yet, in my opinion. The business model is evolving. The fundamentals are improving. Hollywood is recovering. The apes themselves completely divided. We're fighting about, it's mostly yes votes and no votes people, and we're blaming the downturn on the lawsuit or that the lawsuit delayed it, et cetera, et cetera. The bottom line, guys, is even if there's a recession, I think the company is going to be okay. All right? But here's the problem. We are up against predatory.
Well, that's good. I'm glad that you think so.
But not only.
I'm glad that you think so. Apes? Oh, yeah, apes. I'm glad that you think so. But I mean, it's one thing to just think something and you can have an opinion, but opinions should be informed by facts. And, as is in the, is it in the title? I think it's in the title of the stream. If not, it's in the description, the quote. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. And we heard Neil deGrasse Tyson at the beginning talking about that with respect to UFOs. So essentially what you got here is you have a UFO sighting. You have a UFO sighting, and everybody believes that it was a UFO and that it was aliens. I'm not saying it was aliens, but it was aliens. And there's no evidence actually for that. This is what you got right here. Giorgio Tsoukalos. All right. Anyway, not saying it was crime, but it was crime.
Only that. We're up against regulators that definitely are not going to do anything about it. It's pretty
just
obvious
me, or did
to
his
me that
audio?
After, 26 days on the FTD list, suddenly
Switch to
we
one
vanished
side
and
only.
there was no real buying. Okay, we can't beat the predatory short sellers and Gary Gensler at the SEC and Hester Pierce, FINRA, the DTCC, the Limit Up, Limit Down Committee, and then let's add the possibility that even in our own boardroom, we've got some challenges in the way of Morgan Stanley's Philip Lader, even our own CEO, and Antara Capital. You can't fight everyone.
Oh, no. And that's you're saying it wrong. It's Antara.
Why most of my analysis focuses on black and white swans. You see, what I'm hoping for is an event that would push the predatory short hedge funds to a decision where they would be forced to cover some of their shorts. That's why,
Well, that hasn't happened for 2 years. And you've had everything in the world happen in 2 years. You've had rallies, you've had crashes, you've had interest rate hikes, you've had interest rates at 0, and none of it did. So,
I'm guilty of it too. I'm disappointed in a lot of things that Adam Aaron has done and hasn't done. I'm suspicious of the Antara deal. Okay, I didn't like. I'm not here to win arguments. I'm here to make money, right? And a lot of people are angry about the Allegheny lawsuit. Well,
probably not
there might
succeeding
be
at that
something
then.
to that lawsuit. You may not be allowed to use the preferred share votes to influence or dilute your common stock. The company may have made a mistake. But here again, I'm not going to spend my day arguing about all that.
No, you're just
Because
going to
in my
spend it
opinion,
grifting.
there will never be a Moass. There will never be a
Moass.
short covering event
Oh,
or what I call
up. Oh, shit.
Bingo!
Bingo!
Bingo! Bingo! Bingo!
All right. Anybody else get it? All right. Clear the boards. I don't know if you get I don't know if you're supposed to do a new card or not, but I'm doing new cards. I guess typically you don't, or maybe you do. I don't know. Have I played bingo in the last 20 years? No. Have I played bingo in the last 30 years? Maybe. Okay. Anyway, I'm clearing the card. So do what you want. Okay, new card. All right. All right. Thank you, Ron. Ron, when was the last time you were at a bingo hall?
call an exit rally at this point without a black or white swan. Also, I've got some comments to make about AMC management. And this is where some of you might differ and might even get angry with me, but this is just my opinion. This is just how I see it. I believe 100% that Adam Aaron has never been interested in a Moass, in a short covering event, or an exit rally of any kind. And I think the reason is pretty obvious. He believes that if there is a significant rally, many of the apes will exit the deal and then will stop supporting the theater, will stop buying the popcorn, might not apply for the branded credit card, etc.
Popcorn.
Now, Frank, why are you being so hard on our CEO? Well, listen, guys, there's been some obvious predatory naked short selling. And
obvious naked shorts. Boom. You should also put obvious on this card. So what, you got to put they, obvious. I would like to see, what was the other thing I wanted to, oh, anyway. Yeah, so I'm not relapsing here with my gambling. It's not gambling. It's relapsing. And you can't lever yourself up on bingo, right? Like you can on options. So that's also good. I want a 3x bullish bingo card. That would be the shit.
And really no complaints have been filed. We were on the FTD list. I'm sorry, the threshold list for over 25 days. They made a phone call.
And truly, that's another bingo. But I'm gonna take one for the team. And
That's all they did.
That'd be too quick.
Called the SEC and FINRA, right? Or and made and said, please watch the trading of our stocks. Now, there has been outrageous ATS dark pool abuse now for years.
Dark pool.
We've never seen any comment or action on that. We have witnessed LULD halt abuse. All we got from Adam Aaron.
LULD halt abuse. Now, again, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Where's the evidence there? We went in, and I've never saw anybody else do this. Okay, by the way, I never saw a single person do this on YouTube. We went in and we looked at the limit up, limit down halt that happened. One of these halts. I don't know when it was. I forget. I probably should not forget things like that and make clips of the videos, and I just don't have time. But consequently, I'm hiring a producer. I'm just kidding. I wish I could, but to do that kind of stuff. But channel would probably do much better. But I also don't really care. So, because it's not my job. But anyway, we looked at the halt. We looked at the halt and we demonstrated that it followed the rules exactly. We went down to the minute level. We looked at the price action. We looked at the halt rules, and we showed clearly that it wasn't abuse, it wasn't crime. It worked the way that it said it was supposed to work. So, unless Frank is going to do that, I mean, this is just no. He said before he's not a financial advisor, he's just giving his opinion. No, he's talking out of his ass here. Talking out of his fucking ass. That shit, like, do the work. Take the time to do the work instead of being a dumb terminal.
Was like one tweet on the matter. And I get it, people.
Agreed.
It's not his job to regulate the markets, right? You know, we've got regulators and they're not doing it. But I'm just trying to strengthen my argument that Adam Aaron is not interested in any exit rally of any kind. You've seen the outrageous FTD history on both stocks. There's never been a comment. In fact, we're constantly told that this is all in our imagination, even by management, right? He's claimed publicly that there's no evidence of synthetic shares. You know, there's been six share counts they've never shared with us, but you know, to me that's a ridiculous statement because out of Adam Aaron's own mouth, he's admitted that we own 80, 90%, and we all know that institutions own over 25 to 30%. So just adding those two together exceeds 100%.
Well, you have to read what he said. Exclude. Why do they never put that part in there? Why do they never mention that part? Retail investors own over 90% of the publicly issued shares. That's not all he said. In fact, I'm going to find it. I mean, like, you can find all this shit if you just do a quick Google search. It's crazy. Crazy. I guess I could just look it up on Twitter. I mean, I did find it, but how good is Twitter search? Let's see. Well, not very good apparently, unless he took it. Did he take the tweet down? No. Yeah, I said you could find it with an easy Google search. Okay, well, anyway, here's an article that references a tweet. Okay. Please put the tweet in here. Please put, you fuckers. Watch out, the retail weirdos are still around. Now, why did they link to something other than his actual tweet? If you exclude, here it is though. Here's the quote. If you exclude index funds who have no choice but to own and hold AMC shares, individual retail investors would seem to own more than 90% of our officially issued 516 million shares as of today. That was March 1st. So they always skip this part. If you exclude index funds who have no choice but to own and hold AMC shares, which, let's be honest, this is a sneaky, slimy statement. Why would you even say this? I mean, don't answer that. But yeah, no, retail investors never own 90% of the fucking float. Retail investors own 100% of the shares when you exclude non-retail investors. Exactly. Share count was in the proxy in every earnings statement. Absolutely. It's yes, it is. Shears equaled nakeds in that scenario. Shears refers to Donahue George, but yeah, probably. I mean, if we're being honest here, yeah, they think that that's naked.
I don't
shorts
like
or
being
counterfeit
told
shares.
that there's just no evidence of synthetic shares because it's pretty
Well, but you also can't find it, can you, Frank? You don't like being told that? Go look. Be my guest. Go look. You'll have trouble even coming up with a definition for what a quote unquote synthetic share is. Doesn't really exist. Really is no such thing.
obvious. Another thing,
Certainly nobody in the industry, nobody in finance uses that term. It's not a term that's used.
I've got a really big beef with is the constant spoofing and layering.
Spoofing and layering.
NWBO took action. We didn't. Okay, fine. We can agree to disagree. But there's been no complaint or legal action taken about the constant spoofing going on in our stock. AMC, is like the 8th most shorted stock on the New York Stock Exchange. But worse, our tiny preferred share, APE, is the #1 most shorted stock on the New York Stock Exchange.
How is that?
Very unusual for a preferred.
Wouldn't you go and look and see what the short interest is on APE? Wouldn't you go look it up and see, well, okay, Vortex, for what it's worth, they say that the short interest is about 6.5%. How are you going to claim that that's fucking the most shorted stock? I like, this is a dumb terminal. This guy, either he's this clueless, and this is always the struggle in my mind. Do they believe this? Are they really this dumb? Or does he know he can't show the short interest because clearly it's only 6.5% according to Ortex, and there's no way that can be the most shorted stock? I don't know. You guys tell me. But either way, fucking stupid. Motherfucking stupid. What the fuck?
Preferred share. Again, no comment from management, right? Both AMC and APE being on the highest short interest list, that includes the NYSE and NASDAQ. Again, no comment. Another thing I find unusual, guys, is the silence from our investor relations department. We put together this merchandise website, AMC, right? And we sold out all kinds of different items, not one news release. The AMC silver coin sold out twice over at Hycroft Mining, not a word. Haven't heard much about Hycroft Mining over the past 6
The AMC lead coin. Yeah, why? I mean, yeah, because it's a promotional trinket. That's why. Why would AMC want to be associated with that junk? I don't get it.
Another thing
why
I
they
have a
would.
serious problem with is Philip Lader serving as our lead director on our board of directors.
God.
While also being
Al may have left, but Uncle Frank is carrying the torch of retardation.
a senior advisor to Morgan Stanley Institutional Trading. I feel that this is a conflict, especially in light of Morgan Stanley owing 102.
You start looking for if you think that is a conflict, okay, then you have never looked at a chart that shows the inbreeding, so to speak, between board members on Wall Street in corporate America. Okay, you're concerned about that, then why are you even in the stock market? I mean, that is the nature of this beast, as far as I'm concerned. How could you? Again, does he know, and he's grifting, or is he that ignorant? Not sure. Can't ever tell. So weird.
Billion in securities sold, yet not purchased. He also has a close relationship, a daughter.
Securities sold, not yet purchased. Put that on the bingo card.
In a senior management position at Uniswap, where tokenized AMC's coins were discovered. Now, I know, I guess anybody can do it, but guys, I don't like it. I don't like it. It seems
there's
like
obvious. Obvious is on there. I see it now.
We have had also, for 2 years, deliberate and constant hit pieces in the financial media, designed, in my opinion, to manipulate the stock price and advance disinformation. We've never had any comment or legal action. Now, the most significant one, we've all seen the silly ones where it's, the AMC network, and then they'll put a picture of AMC Theater under it and pretend like it's our problem. But worst of all, Fox Business itself once put out a tweet saying that, we were going private right after Adam Aron was done selling his shares. And then they took it down. No comment from the company, no legal action. The stock suffered immediately after that tweet. So guys, the bottom line to me is Uncle Frank is
you can't prove that it was because of that tweet. How could you prove that it was because of that tweet? I don't think that you can. Lynn, both of these things can be true. Ignorance and grift can coexist peacefully. That's a very interesting point. So we find some equilibrium maybe in all of this. I don't know.
Focusing on economic events
funny.
that will directly impact the short sellers, the predatory short sellers, and that's white swans and black swans. And that is going to be the only thing, in my opinion, that will cause a short covering event that many of you have been looking for. So, Uncle Frank, what headlines are they hiding from us on CNBC and Fox Business?
God.
Where are these black swans that you're looking for? Well, here's one. SVB turmoil hits quant and macro hedge funds. Market turmoil triggered by the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank saw computer-driven hedge funds suffer their worst ever day of losses on Monday, according to a report by Bloomberg, while at least two of last year's macro star performers...
I thought he said it was being hidden from the headlines. And then this supposed, revelation here, wherever this is from, again, it's not sourced, cites a report by Bloomberg. Oh, God.
Also hit by losses. Let me repeat something in there in case you missed it. Computer-driven hedge funds suffer their worst ever day of losses. I don't remember seeing that headline anywhere. Guys, keep your eyes open, because I can promise you this. Whatever happens in this area of the markets is going to be a surprise to everyone else but us.
Really? Okay.
Now, Credit Suisse was short AMC and put a 95-cent price target on our common stock, but even AMC doesn't get headlines like this. The fate of Credit Suisse could be decided in the next 36 hours. From London, investors and customers pulled their money out of Credit Suisse over the past several days as turmoil swept the global banking industry following the collapse of two U.S. lenders. Shares of the bank lost 25% over the course of the week, despite an emergency $54 billion loan from the Swiss National Bank.
But this
the
is
price
what
of
they
financial
do.
contracts designed to protect investors.
They, in this case, means everybody. I'm talking about everybody here.
Against possible losses on its bonds soared to record levels. More than $450 million was pulled from European and U.S. funds managed by the bank between Monday and Wednesday.
So this is what he decides to put out.
You reap what you sow. Now, guys, in my opinion...
Okay, talk about disingenuous, okay? Like, what the fuck? That's some disingenuous bullshit right there. Oh, yeah. I bet that I would be willing to bet that that's not even all that. Well, clearly, it's not all that's in that article. But I mean, here's one from the Wall Street Journal from 4 hours ago. Okay, compare this headline: UBS. Come on, get off there. UBS nears deal to take over Credit Suisse. This video came out recently. The video came out 1 hour ago. This article is from 4 hours ago. So this is what he decides to put out. That's what we call disingenuous fuckery right there. 100%.
Opinion, we are not in 2008 condition. That could happen. Now, guys, in my opinion, we are not in 2008 condition. That could happen, but at this time, that's
not what I'm seeing. It was a shitty personality, but at least he had one. You're right. You're right.
Potential swans in the sky. Warning: 3 more bank stocks that could collapse.
So what I'm getting from this here, now I'm just gonna summarize, synthesize, and summarize here for a second. Quick second. He wants more banks to fall. Now, am I off base in saying that? He clearly wants more banks to fail because he thinks that this will be the black or white swan event, which I don't see how it could be a whatever. He wants more banks to fail because that will cause the massive crisis and cause shorts to cover. How desperate, how fucking stupid, how desperate and stupid is that? That you want, you seemingly, supposedly, hypothetically, allegedly, want more banks to fail so that, and it's not even a solid thesis at all. It's not a solid thesis. You want more banks to fail so that you can have your little short squeeze, which there's not really any basis for making that connection anyway. But this seems to be what he's setting up. This is the subliminal messaging. Maybe he'll come out and explicitly say it. But how irresponsible and, quite frankly, fucking stupid can you fucking be? God damn.
collapse next. Silicon Valley Bank has fallen, and any of these names could be next. First Republic Bank, or FRC. This company looks too similar to Silicon Valley Bank for investors' comfort. Or Western Alliance.
And this is hilarious. I gotta, if I can even do this here. So I'm gonna throw up my screen here and um, highlight a certain area of it because I don't know what the hell is going on with my computer. I probably haven't restarted it in weeks. But time stands still when you're talking about AMC Grift, apparently, because apparently it's still 10:09 p.m. It's been 10:09 p.m. for over an hour now. I keep looking down at the clock. I'm like, oh, it's only 10, a little after 10. Yeah, no, it's 11:30. But I don't know what's going on there. That's funny. Time stands still. Great Rush song too, by the way.
Bancorp, WAL. This bank holding firm is too closely tied to Silicon Valley.
Man, I wish we
or
could
maybe
play
further,
music on
PacWest
here.
Bancorp,
God,
or PACW.
stupid
This
copyright
bank
laws.
is heavily linked to multiple troubled markets right now. And guys, you never know. Maybe even the government can scare up some swans for us. Headline: Top Senate Democrats press
Yeah, he wants more banks to
and
fail.
SEC to investigate whether Silicon Valley Bank executives broke any laws. Democrat senators Elizabeth Warren and Richard Blumenthal asked the DOJ and SEC to open a probe of executives at Silicon Valley Bank. Wow, we could warn these two that we've been victimized by predatory short hedge funds for 2 years now, and the SEC does absolutely nothing. But hey, maybe they've got more clout than us. The letter came on the heels of a joint announcement by the Justice Department and the SEC.
What the fuck
SEC
did he just say?
Democrats press department.
I gotta slow this back down. He's going too fast for me here. Too many grift points.
Of Justice and SEC to investigate whether Silicon Valley Bank executives broke any laws. Democrat senators Elizabeth Warren and Richard Blumenthal asked the DOJ and SEC to open a probe of executives at Silicon Valley Bank. Wow, we could warn these two that we've been victimized by predatory short hedge funds for 2 years now, and the SEC does absolutely nothing. But hey, maybe they've got more clout than us. The letter came on the heels of a joint.
What a. I mean, it's just so stupid. It's just so stupid. Like, okay, so they, meaning Congress, the federal authorities, should not look into whether there was fraud at the Silicon Valley Bank because you believe that there's fraud in something that there doesn't really appear to be any evidence for it in, and they won't look, they meaning the SEC, won't look into it. Could you get any stupider? Could you get any fucking stupider? God damn it.
Joint
Motherfuck. I
announcement by the
slowed this
Justice
down for
Department
that.
and the SEC about a pending investigation into the SVB failure. The inquiry will take place in separate and preliminary phases and look into stock sales that SVB executives conducted ahead of the bank's collapse.
Right.
Now, I should tell you, the CEO of SVB
Daily Mail.
was so scared.
Lovely.
He went to Hawaii. That's correct. Exclusive. Aloha, suckers. Silicon Valley Bank's failed CEO, Gregory Becker, escapes to his $3.1 million Hawaiian hideaway.
And isn't this funny? He has a Paramount Plus banner ad on here. I just find that to be kind of ironic and funny. Yeah, guys, movie theaters are the future. Meanwhile, Google Ads doesn't think so.
Leaving the chaos of the collapse in the dust. Gregory Becker and his wife, Marilyn Bautista, flew first class to Maui on Monday and are now holed up.
Oh, here we go with more one percenter stuff.
Townhome, DailyMail.com can reveal. Ousted Becker, 55, put the Silicon Valley Bank collapse behind him and was seen walking the streets of Lahaina in shorts, a t-shirt, and flip-flops. The Justice Department has launched a probe into his decision to cash out $3.57 million in stock just weeks before
he's
the
a
bank
fraud.
folded. Interesting
he's
timing,
a fuck.
Gregory. And on topic, Unusual Whales on Twitter reported that Silicon Valley Bank UK
We
handed
heard
out
about all
over
this shit
$18
already
million
last
in executive bonuses days after HSBC rescued it and were not regularly scheduled, per Sky News. California Governor Gavin Newsom lobbied the White House and Treasury on the bailout of Silicon Valley Bank without disclosing that his private wineries had reportedly been the bank's clients, and he may have even had a personal account at the bank, per The Intercept. Also, Silicon Valley
Can we
Bank...
just say that all these politicians, for the most part, are just fucking douchebag fucks? I mean, is that uncouth to say? But Gavin Newsom has private wineries. The governor of Ohio, Mike DeWine, he doesn't have wineries, but, you know, the Silver Spoon type trust fund baby whose family had a prominent twine and rope company. I mean, that's how he got his money. I mean, all these people, it's just such garbage. It is just such garbage. Anyway, that's tangential. It's just, private wineries. God, Jesus.
Bank previously gave
I bet Dianne Feinstein has private wineries too, and Nancy Pelosi.
100,000
gems from California.
Jennifer Seibel's charity in 2021 upon Newsom's request. Have you guys noticed we haven't heard much about Evergrande lately? Well, maybe the next black swan to fly in will be commercial real estate. Headline,
geez, here we
Silicon
go.
Valley Bank fallout spells additional trouble for commercial real estate industry. From Ashley Fahey. The fallout from the collapse of Santa Clara, California-based Silicon Valley Bank and other lenders in recent days is rippling across the U.S. economy, including commercial real estate, a sector disproportionately reliant on the banking sector. And Shark Tank
Oh, Kevin O'Leary. Yeah, another fabulous. Whoa, what happened? This is from yesterday. Chinese developer Evergrande nears landmark restructuring deal. The company is planning to extend its debt and convert a loan from its founder into shares. Cool. Sweet. That's not good though. Down 73%. Look at that price. Wow. That's what Model 3 would call a pisser right there, I think. That is a pisser. I'm not going to read that, but if you're going to talk about Evergrande, why wouldn't you look up Evergrande and see that there's actually news about Evergrande?
investor,
Well, why would
Kevin
you want to do
O'Leary,
that?
says he's telling startup CEOs to limit bank deposits and brace for the next black swan idiot blowup. O'Leary said,
Black swan idiot blowup coming from Kevin O'Leary. Jesus Christ.
in an interview with Yahoo Finance,
Is it any wonder that they used to use his likeness on their thumbnail images on YouTube? The grifters did. That is so
we've
funny.
told our CEOs do not put any more than 20% of liquid assets in any one institution. I don't care who you know or how big they are, there's always the next black swan idiot manager in big and small banks. Now let's answer one of the questions from our chat. Uncle Frank, my grandma's got over $250,000 in the bank and doesn't trust the federally chartered banks or the state banks or the brokerage firms, doesn't even trust the credit unions. Where can grandma park that money and still get a return? Well, tell grandma she could go to Treasury Direct and buy treasuries at auction with no commission and no relationship with a third party. Just something to think about. And here's another headline not getting much traction in the major financial media.
Yeah, because it's on Zero Hedge. Because it's on a right-wing fucking website where every article is written by someone named Tyler Durden. And if I were the guy running Zero Hedge, I wouldn't want my name out there either, because I mean, is it any surprise? Yeah, he's been embroiled in whatever. Anyway, Jesus fucking Christ. Zero Hedge.
Launch of Fed Now.
But Frank doesn't want you to know it's from Zero Hedge because he cuts off the thing.
Real-time payment system sparking debate. The Fed Reserve has announced a timeline for the launch of its long-awaited Fed Now payment service that will let banks offer customers instantly available funds and execute real-time payments, with critics flagging concerns like lack of cross-border payment processing and raising questions about surveillance.
See, that line's in bold on the article. Why? Well, because.
Cross-border payment processing. Now, who do we know that's in court with the SEC right now that's known for its cross-border payment processing? That's right, XRP. And did you guys know
Oh.
about this? The CDC.
So what then? What's the point there? What is the implication? Why would you mention that? What do you want us to take from that? Oh, nothing. Just be conspiratorial.
Bought
Got
phone
it.
data to monitor Americans' compliance with lockdowns, contracts show. The U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention purchased data from tracking companies to monitor compliance with lockdowns according to contracts with the firms. Now, guys, I don't know about you, but I don't like people selling my data from my phone, because if I don't comply, what's going to come next is they'll shut down the phone.
Yeah, they'll shut down the phone. Yeah, that's a valid conclusion. They'll shut down the phone, which means that you won't pay for the phone, which means that Verizon will go bankrupt, and it won't be because of predatory naked short selling. I mean, does he think about anything that he says, or does he just talk out of his ass 100% of the time? Good fucking
Now, guys,
God.
this channel is not
Now,
political.
also, by the way, I got to go back to this other article here. Well, actually, this one works too. This is authored by somebody at the Epoch Times. So was the previous article. Epoch Times. What is the Epoch Times? What is the Epoch Times? Well, it's a far right newspaper, and it's associated with who? Who? Yeah, China. So just FYI. Now, not necessarily the CCP, but it's, you know, this is why it's important to know where sources come from. In fact, there is a, let's see, media. If people are familiar with this site, or if people aren't familiar with this site, if my computer would let me do it. So there's this media bias fact check site here, and we can type in any source, and it should come up. Epoch Times. Here we go. So Epoch Times. They put it on. They put as far as bias goes, they put it pretty far to the right. Factual reporting mixed. Questionable source. We rate the Epoch Times right, biased, and questionable based on the publication of pseudoscience and the promotion of propaganda and conspiracy theories, as well as numerous failed fact checks. Low credibility. Tells you who owns it, you know, all this stuff here. Failed fact checks. It's you know, this is data, source data. They said President Trump received 232 electoral votes. You know, COVID deaths have been vastly overcounted. Pfizer knew about immunosuppression. I mean, all just garbage. By the way, I want to see here. Zero hedge. See if this is on here. Zero hedge. I mean, you know, when I say that these things are questionable and that they shouldn't necessarily be trusted or they should be questioned, you know, I don't just make that shit up because I don't like it. Here's zero hedge. Conspiracy level, strong. Pseudoscience level, strong. Factual reporting, low. Extreme right biased conspiracy website based on the promotion of false / misleading / debunked information that routinely denigrates the left. Now, the guy that created it, Daniel Ivanjinsky, known as, oh, well, it's founded by Colin Locke, Daniel Ivanjinsky, and Tim Backshaw. But Colin Locke is the name, the guy who goes by Tyler Durden, I guess. U.S. intelligence officials accused Zero Hedge of amplifying Kremlin propaganda. You don't know who writes the stuff. A quote from a New Yorker article summarizes the blog's political stance. Russia equals good, Obama equals idiots, Bashar al-Assad equals benevolent leader, John Kerry equals dunce, Vladimir Putin equals greatest leader in the history of statecraft. This is what Loki, the founder of Zero Hedge, said. Alt-right, conspiracy theories, failed fact checks. And you know, again, what site does Uncle Frank rely on mostly here? Zero Hedge. What site is Zero Hedge relying on? Epoch Times. I mean, I'm not making this shit up.
Hacking companies to monitor compliance with law on politics, and what's going to come next is they'll shut down the phone.
They'll shut down the phone because it's not about money. It's not about capitalism. It's about controlling you, Frank. Yeah, clearly. It's about knowing what porn sites you went to on your phone.
Now, guys, this channel is not political, but our southern border goes beyond politics and does enter into the realm of fiscal responsibility. Our country is deeply, deeply in debt, facing a banking crisis, and I'm wondering if any of you know what's happened.
Facing a banking crisis. Okay.
In just this past week at our southern border, 7 agents were
not interested. More right-wing propaganda from Uncle Frank. Imagine that. Has nothing to do with any of this. All right. Good. Awesome. Sweet. Okay. Boy, that was like a crash course in what not to do. See if any new stuff popped up here and try to get this thing closed down. Rise of the Apes. We are awake now. Stock and crypto plays. Remember this guy? Haven't seen him.
Hey friends, welcome to Stocks.
Haven't really been seeing much from him lately.
Stock. Hit like, subscribe, add notifications, share the video with a friend. So we are in a fight with the hedge funds and our own CEO, Adam Aaron. If you don't,
boy, that's funny. That's an interesting statement. We're in a fight with the hedge funds and our own CEO. So, what the fuck? You're in a fight with the hedge funds. Well, we knew about that. That's the ongoing fight. Fight with the CEO. And he's forgetting about another fight with yourselves, infighting among the grifters. So actually, yeah, triple fight.
Don't understand that, and if you don't know that, you don't know what's going on, and you're not paying attention.
By the way, nice collar, popped collar. That's not I don't know if I'd consider that creeper. Certainly other things might classify, but. Popped collar, love it.
So this article is from the Wall Street Journal, heard on the street. It says, Rise of the Apes coming to a theater chain near you. AMC's shareholder vote was a win for hedge funds and awful for retail owners. There is more to come. This is a true statement, okay? What happened when the yes vote passed? Even though it's not been implemented yet, AMC and Ape both crashed very hard 2-3 days in a row, like 20% one day, 23% the next day. Okay. Now, like I've been saying in all my videos for probably almost 3 months now, I said
now, dude, here I don't know his name. Now, dude, we came here because we wanted that bullish hopium. Hey man, you got any of that hopium, man? I just need a little bit of that hopium. I'll get you back next time. So please turn this around and leave us with some hopium. Just a small bag.
If this yes vote passes, AMC stock's going to crash. And what happened? It crashed. Now, if there was not a lawsuit leaning in the background, this would have crashed, and it was implemented. This would have crashed so hard. It would have crashed probably 60%.
Well, that's speculation.
Right now, in just this short amount of time.
Who knows?
Guess what else, friends? We would have only had 10% of our shares left. It would have been catastrophic. So more and more data, more and more.
But you'd still have you'd still have the equity.
Adam Aaron loved to use percentages. He was so happy. It was hard for me to listen to that.
Oh my God. Adam Aaron loved to use percentages. How dare he use percentages? What, you don't understand percentages? Well, I happen to know for a fact that you don't know percentages, okay? That's been clear for better part of 2 years. Percentages. Oh, it's tough. It's hard.
I was so happy
Divide by 100. Oh shit.
that they rolled over us, and they knew they had the vote. They knew they had the yes vote. And when he was announcing that the yes vote passed, and he's like, "Oh, this is just proof that this is what the shareholders want," it was really gross to me. It was just really gross and disturbing, because we didn't vote for this. And more data is coming out that it was the hedge funds that voted for this. There was only 60% of the votes that were from that voted at all, including hedge funds and Tara and all these votes. So where's the other 40%? And we're, like I said, we've been learning that our fellow apes across the world have not been able to vote. And I did a video and I showed you where a day after, it was like March 15th, Antara sold 50 million ape. And everyone's starting to realize now what's going on. And if any of you apes actually voted yes, you know, I just feel bad that someone tricked you. And I know some of you watched like some YouTubers that encouraged you to vote yes. I think it was Bigums and I don't know, a couple of them. They encouraged you guys to vote yes. And I always said, don't listen to them. They don't know what they're talking about.
Now you're going up against the big guns there, buddy.
Bigums.
Bigums.
I don't know if that's true or not. I'm not saying
Where's
that
he at?
are.
Where
But why would
Bigums?
you vote yes? And then they told you, well, if you vote yes, it's going to create a short squeeze. It's going to force the shorts to cover. No, it won't. I've been saying for 3 months, no, it will not. Because they don't have to cover in a reverse split. Every reverse split I've seen lately is crashed. And they get new cuss-up numbers and all that. And they still crash and no one's forced to cover. So the point that I want to make today is that AMC can still have a short squeeze.
What?
This vote is vital. If you want to write a letter to the judge, I encourage you to do that in a respectful way.
Oh my God.
And, you know, if we get the win, if the judge rules that ape is illegal, I don't know how they're going to pay back the AMC shareholders. I don't know. You know, maybe they're going to figure out.
Good point. Good point. So if the letter writing campaign, and you can't write a letter to the judge, okay? That's not how you do it. But let's say that you do the proper, you know, take the proper steps to voice your opinion. Okay? Yeah, it might it might be catastrophic in and of itself if they reverse this thing. So I got to give them credit there. That may be a point. Maybe a point. So what I'm gathering right now from this is that pretty much a losing scenario. Any way you slice it at this point, the time to take action, the time to do anything, you know, was back here previously. You are, you know, it's just God. Write a letter to the Fed.
What and how much was taken from us, and maybe they'll pay us back in some way for forcing this ape trash on us. Like from day one, we never wanted it.
Too bad.
If
Too bad.
This judge says that ape was illegal and they do not convert ape into AMC, ape's going to become absolutely worthless. But AMC is going to short squeeze to the moon. The only reason it hasn't squeezed yet, the only reason AMC
Here we go. The only reason
short squeezed yet is because of ape. And the hedge funds knew they were going to have a free.
Now wait a minute though. Now hold on here. Hold the phones. I seem to remember around this time that these guys were saying that it was going to cause the squeeze. Now we're saying that's the reason that hasn't squeezed. I mean, the term schizophrenic was coming to mind here.
Get out of jail free card hand delivered by Adam Aaron.
What?
Because if they didn't have ape, if Adam Aaron didn't create ape, they would have had to cover. We would have had a short squeeze. But
why would they have to cover?
Get them out of hot water because of dilution, and they could cover with ape, and also
cover with ape.
Know that if they can get a reverse split, 90% of their problems is gone. They only have to cover 10% because everything else is going to vanish.
No, it doesn't just
And
vanish.
if you do a reverse
Okay.
split and someone's
No. Here's something, okay? Nothing ever just disappears. 90% just doesn't go away. If that were the case, why would anybody be involved if it could just be literally decimated at any time? So percentages is the least of this guy's worries right now.
oh, the new
Holy
price
shit.
is going to be 10 times higher. Well, guess what? In 3 days, it's going to be crashing 60%, okay? And you only have 10% of your shares left. So what's our game plan going forward? We need to get a short squeeze. We need a Moass. How can that happen? We need to win this court case starting at the end of April. So until then, let's watch closely every day. Let's see what's going on. There's a lot of pressure on these hedge funds, and they're running out of money to short this stock. Like I've been saying,
because it costs so much money to short a stock. That's, I mean, look at this. This is why. I mean, it doesn't get any more absurd than this. This stock has had a 50% move down. And how long was that here? Two weeks. In 2 weeks, 50% down. Okay. Now, I don't know about you, but 50% gains, pretty good. So, how are they? All right.
if you've been watching,
I gotta remember, it's not worth it to question some of this shit because it's so absurd. But I just want to point it
my
out.
channel, I've been calling out Credit Suisse for months, and I said they're going to be the next bank to fail, and they just got bailed out by another Swiss bank for I think they sent them $50 million on Friday or something like that.
Oh damn! How dare they? How dare they
They're in trouble.
shore up
Credit
the
Suisse is
financial
in trouble,
system?
and they've been known that they have been shorting AMC very hard.
Yeah, and they're
And
going to
now
be
there's
taken
rumor
over
that-
by UBS.
rumors that
So
BlackRock
sorry.
is going to buy Credit Suisse, man. And we all know BlackRock is shorting AMC. And now the government,
We do. I mean, this is just like all over the place, man. How do you know BlackRock is shorting AMC? Where's that evidence? Oh, Jesus.
Biden administration
This guy, there's
is
no hope
talking
for this
about
guy.
bailing out the banks. Man, everybody and their mother and brother is coming to the aid and rescue of the hedge funds, but nobody's coming to the rescue of AMC stockholders because we've been kicking their butts.
Yeah, because banks matter. Because it's important to have a financial system that is on a strong foundational footing. Okay? Unlike zombie companies, which it could be argued that it's in the best interest of the public for these zombie companies to go away. So that's a big difference. Okay? One, we're talking about important institutions that affect millions, like legitimately millions of people. Okay? The other is not. And yeah, I keep screwing it up, but it's Credit Suisse, and it's Silicon Valley. That's right. Thanks, Lynn. Yeah, there you go, Tony. Paint some. There you go. They can have their black swans. It seems that Common Sense is suing AMC. Really? We'll check into that after this.
Again and again and again. But yeah, they pushed our stock down with the help of the CEO, our CEO. But that doesn't mean they're going to win the fight because we're still holding our shares. Nobody's selling their
There it is.
shares.
There it is. They're pushing it down, but what?
Again and again and again. But yeah, they pushed our stock down with the help of the CEO, our CEO. But that doesn't mean they're going to win the fight because we're still holding.
That doesn't mean they're going to win the fight. Everything looks hopeless. It all looks hopeless. but they're not going to win. That I gotta coin a term for that statement, that sentiment. It's like I don't know. I have to think about it, but that idea that everything is, we got all these negative catalysts. Everything looked terrible, but for reasons unknown and unquantifiable, they're not going to win. I mean, really, it's just delusion, really. But Lynn has a duck joke. Why does a duck have feathers? So it can cover its butt quack. Ah, fabulous. How long have you been telling that joke, Lynn?
Holding our shares. Nobody's selling their AMC shares. And you
I
could tell
love
it
it.
by turnover rates. I did an analytic video a few videos ago. If you go into my channel, you can see there, I did an analytics video. There's only, I think, 6 or 7% turnover on AMC stock. And that's not retail. That's probably hedge funds washing a small amount of shares in and out of the market. They're washing it like money laundering in a sense. So no real shareholders are holding.
Yeah, just like money laundering.
It's just how deep are you in the red on AMC? In ape now too, probably. And that's just not my opinion. That's statistics. It's published data. All right, friends. So hit like, hit subscribe, add notifications, share the video with a friend. Comment below if.
Comment below. Keep the great content coming. Tony De Niro was telling everybody, yes, kind of bothered me. Antara bought $2 puts according to SEC filings. Bearish. FINRA is letting the short positions on MMTLP transfer over to NextBridge. No covering of those positions. Crime Incorporated. We'll never get paid back for APE, but AMC can squeeze and big. That's payback enough. We could still win here. We are at the judge's mercy. That's the $1 trillion question, literally. Crime of the century. Scavenger. Big yes pumper. I'm selling all of my APE on Monday for a almost total loss. Phil for real was a yes voter, and he hasn't put out a new video since. Phil for real's also got in trouble for beating a pregnant woman. That's what Batman said, not me. Although we knew about that. Just twice today. Apes need to start painting all their chickens black, take them to the next SEC protest. I mean, yeah, you're onto something, Tony. The apes need to start painting in general. Okay, they need to, like, therapeutic painting, art therapy. It's a thing. It's a real thing. They need to start painting, express their frustration and all that through the magic of art and creativity. Actually, I'm not joking. That probably would be good. Although we'd see a lot of, then we could do analysis of, like almost like Rorschach analysis of like what is this painting, what is this drawing indicating? And we'll see lots of red, blood and guns and whatever. But no, I mean, I know we're just joking around about the painting the ducks and all that kind of stuff, but it's not a bad idea. It's a lesson in how not to trust anybody but yourself. Charlotte, amen. That's it right there. And it doesn't mean that you can't learn other things, from other people. It doesn't mean that you can't um, it doesn't mean that you should not listen to anything that anybody says, but you know, you have to be able to make these decisions. You have to be able to put all this information together. You have to be able to look and say, wait a minute, is that too good to be true? Where's the evidence that supports this? And especially something like this. Again, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. That's something that Carl Sagan said, and it's in the quote in the description. But I think, you know, yeah, wow, that's it. A run on ape. I wanted, and most people I know wanted the no vote. I'm tired of this game. 3 years is too long. 3 now? Okay. I doubt that most of these people were in this thing for 3 years. Some were, but not most. Anyone know how to write a letter to this judge? Well, you open up Microsoft Word, but I don't think you can really do that necessarily. I mean, there is a procedure for that. I think you usually have to send it to the clerk of courts. And in fact, if you are in a party of a lawsuit and you contact the judge, that can have disastrous consequences. Now, I'm not a legal scholar or a lawyer, so I don't know um, for definitively how it would work in this case, but probably could find that. I do have bingo. I haven't been keeping up with it. Um, where? Where's bingo? AA and shorts? Oh, yeah, like that. Okay. All right. But I'm not taking the free space. I'm trying to be a team player. But anyway, I do want to get a new card because I'm curious and got new stuff on here. We got oh well, popcorn is on here. I don't know if it was before. Um, hmm. Hell no, not even if it was my last day on work when I touch that. What? Touch what? My life has totally changed because I've been earning $15,250 returns for my $4,000 investment with Mrs. Laura. Best comment here, and it's a spam comment. We have been ripped off by Adam Aaron. Replace him and stop smoking mirrors. Yeah, no dark pool. What's up with dark? Nobody's mentioned the dark pool. Crazy. I voted yes with 25K because anything is better than nothing being done. 88% will cancel that lawsuit. Judge can't read it. Right. So there's a term for that. It's ex parte communication. So now if you were a lawyer, you could write an amicus brief, but need a card for Scott things that Scott says. Yeah, you know what? I realize that I should do a video like shit that Scott Allen says. Like, if it's obvious, it's obviously wrong. Um, that's a classic. Last year it was if it's or 2021 it was if it's popular. What is popular is not always right. What's right is not always what's popular, which is kind of the same thing. But there's very, really it's a simple, I'm a simple man, really. It's a simple approach. Is there evidence for it? How valid is the evidence? That's really what it comes down to. But yeah, I agree. I mean, Scott Allen bingo. And I'm serious about the limited Scott Allen edition physical AMC NFT Grifter NFTs, physical NFTs. It's the next big thing. I'm going to create a marketplace and everything. Okay. We got to pop over to Common Sense Investor real quick. And I'm glad I decided to do the stream. Ron, you had a good idea, my friend. All right. Let's see what we got here. 25 different kinds of popcorn, an AMC popcorn update. What the illegal immigrants in AMC. Huh? What? Yeah, it was. You're right. So we had a power outage earlier today, and um, so what else can you do during a power outage but sleep? So, and then I woke up and it was kind of later, and I'm like, whatever. The Antara field disaster. So is there a video, Charlotte, that you saw where this CSI is planning on suing AMC? So I'm not seeing it in a thing in an title here. AMC versus Chat GPT, which by the way I have right here. We could play with it. Um, Let's see. Can you write a letter? And it's going to write a letter. If I say that, it's actually going to write a letter to the judge. Write a letter to the Delaware Chancery Court judge on the AMC shareholder lawsuit, urging him or her, I don't know if it's a him or her, to, well, I don't even know, cancel the vote or allow the vote, to allow the yes vote to proceed. Let's see if it can do it. Oh my God. It's actually holy shit. Dear Honorable Judge of the Delaware Chancery Court, I'm writing to urge you to allow the yes vote to proceed in the AMC shareholder lawsuit. As you are aware, this lawsuit was brought about by a group of AMC shareholders who are unhappy with the company's decision to issue new shares, which they believe will dilute the value of their existing shares. While I understand that there are valid concerns about dilution, I believe that allowing the yes vote to proceed is in the best interests of both AMC and its shareholders. The company is currently facing significant financial challenges as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and issuing new shares is one of the few viable options available to it for raising the capital it needs to survive. Furthermore, the yes vote has already received the support of a majority of AMC shareholders, which suggests it is a reasonable and fair solution to the company's current predicament. Allowing the minority who oppose the vote block it would be unfair to the majority who support it and could have serious consequences for the company's future. Okay, cool. Now, in the interest of fairness, let's do this. Urging him or her to prevent the yes vote from proceeding. Let's see what it comes up with for that. It's pretty much the same, except down here. Issuing new shares is not the only viable option available to it for raising capital. Furthermore, allowing the yes vote to proceed would be unfair to the minority of shareholders who oppose it. These shareholders have a legitimate concern that their existing shares will be diluted. Allowing the majority to override the concerns of the minority would set a dangerous precedent. I don't know about that, and could erode trust in the company's governance structure. But I have to admit, this top one about the yes vote, it's not bad. Now, considering the fact it's pulling all this information from the internet, it's not, it is what it is. But anyway, so Chat GPT, gotta love it. He put it out today. Okay, so today we got expect this to happen next. Why did AA sell so cheap? The Antara deal disaster and Chat GPT. So he made it today. I think it's got to be this one. Expect this to happen next. Them or they. He just got the lawsuit tossed out. No.
That song pumps me up in the morning. What's up, everybody? It's the Common Sense Investor coming at you with another video. In this video, I'm going to answer the question that's on a lot of people's minds. Okay,
when will this end? When will this grift end? Right, it's called the majority for a reason. And, you know, even though we have the illusion of a democracy, in my opinion, that's what it's based on. But anyway, all right.
Is there going to be a squeeze? Is there going to be a Moass? Or is the play over? Okay, so I'm going to answer those questions in this video right here. I'm not too high.
Too high.
Before I do.
Never.
Before I do, I want to give a shout out to Mike the Marine. All right, in case you didn't know, Mike's the one that orchestrated and helped put together the Occupy SEC 2023 protest. Did a great job. He was on Fox News too, and helping us out. But Mike, I wanted to give a shout out to you. This was one good damn video, man. You, whoever taught you, that's why I like you, man. I've never said anything bad. I've talked bad about a lot of people, but I've never said anything bad about Mike. You know why? Because Mike's a learner. And he said somebody taught him this stuff.
Mike Marine video?
I remember when he was having trouble with the math, and he's gotten with somebody, and he ain't afraid to say it. They have showed him and taught him how to do this, and they figured it out to $30. And he's right. He's right. I like it because he thought outside the box too. That at the end of the video, what he's really talking. Well, you go watch the video. He deserves you to go watch that video. Mike the Marine.
All right. Well, we'll go watch it right now then. Yes, apparently it has, Lynn. Here it is. Okay. When will AMC folks stop getting dumped on? Why does the song, the Linda Ronstadt song, When Will I Be Loved, come to mind? Oh, man. All right, here we go.
What's up, guys? Time for more handy dandy whiteboard. I do that on purpose. Again, this is just me. It's not financial advice. It's my opinion and doing some math, learning some from people. But if we are where we're at, I wanted to point out a couple things to talk about where we would be if we convert.
You know, I want to do a whiteboard.
Today. This is what I just pulled up when I Google it. AMC's market cap. MC stands for not MC Hammer. It stands for market cap. Currently sits at 2.28 billion, and ape market cap currently sits at 2.29 billion. Now, for me, that's arbitrage. Right there. Market caps are equal. Think about that. They want to keep the market caps equal, not the individual price of ape trying to be the price of AMC. It can't be the price of AMC because it has twice as many shares, almost over 900 and something.
I'm just going to let him talk.
Almost a billion.
I'm just going to let him talk.
So there's your arbitrage, in my opinion. I think where the price is right now, it found its normal ebb and flow, which means that's where it's going to stay until the conversion. Now let's talk about the conversion and what is that going to look like? Well, how do you figure out what the conversion is? Everybody throwing around crazy ass numbers, multiply it by 10, figure it out. That's not how it works. Not the way I've been taught. How you're going to do that, guys, is you're just going to add the two market caps. There's my finger. Add the two market caps together. When you add the 2.28 and the 2.29, that means AMC in general, because they're both the same stock, okay? One just is more, ape is just diluted. That's all he did. I'm sorry, but he split the stock in half, and then he diluted the shit out of it, which doubled it, so now we got triple the float.
I'm not correcting anything. I'm not.
That's why it's not worth 50-50.
So my not commenting is not approval.
That's why it came out at 38%.
That's a disclaimer here.
The math's there. I'm surprised no other YouTuber or no one else is really focusing on that. So I think they got it perfectly set where they wanted it. They got it at their arbitrage number. 4.57 billion is where their total market cap is. Now, you guys know that AMC's been averaging around a 2 billion market cap before 2021. Just Google it. You'll see 1.9, 254, 233. There was 3.7, 192. And then, of course, when Adam came on board, market cap went down as low as 0.75 and 0.45. And then, of course, we took it to 13.97. Now it's back down to 2.08 and then 2.25. Think about that. The company was pretty much, even when it was profitable, was around a $2 billion market cap. It's not a $4 billion market cap. So theoretically, they can run this down in half again. I hope that doesn't happen. But if they push it down to where its market cap has always usually been, go check the market cap data. You'll see what I'm talking about. But regardless, 4.57, divide that by how many shares there will be. Because guys, remember something. A lot of people are getting this wrong too. They're going to take the AMC and they're going to take the number of shares, 516 million, almost 517. They're going to divide that by 10, reverse it. That means I think it came out to just around 53 million. And then they're going to do the same thing with APE. They're going to reverse it down to about 91 million. And then they're just going to smush them together, convert them, because that's what you voted for. Not all of you, though. That's going to push it together. It'll be 144 million shares. Roughly, it's like whatever it is. 144 million official new, what you call AMC again. No more APE. Bye-bye APE. For now.
Bye-bye,
even though he'll
Ape.
still have those 50 million
Bye-bye, apes.
or preferred A. You can do it all over again in the future. But that's okay. All we did, or all you did, was you voted out the last 2 years. You wiped it off the face of the planet. He gets to start over again, and he has over 400 million to dilute with. But the important part is if there's 4.57 currently, if it converts tomorrow, this is what your new share price will be. Understand this. 4.57 billion divided by 144 million. So I'm going to do the short math on that because I don't think my calculator, my handy dandy calculator on my kiddo's phone here, because I'm using this phone to record on. Here we go. I came back. So I used the calculator on my phone real quick because it's big, huge numbers. When you divide it currently, 4.57 billion, you divide it by 144 million. New shares is what it'll convert. Your new stock price is going to be $31.73, 73 or $31.73, 611111111. So I guess that'll probably round up to 74. $31.74 a share is what it will be. In this video that's upcoming, that Robert, if you guys heard the video of Adam Aaron, where he talks about
what's on his
tells
shirt,
Robert
actually. What is that shirt?
at the airport that synthetic shares don't exist. In that video, Adam actually says $30 a share at conversion, so he already knows.
But my question, Aaron, is what happens if we reverse split up to 70 and they short the shit right back down?
We're not going to reverse
10.
We're not going to reverse. We're not going to reverse split to 70. I don't think.
Well, let's just say theoretically it goes up to 70. Right? Well, let's just say 50. Let's just say 50. Okay.
Remember, you got to put the apes and the commons back together.
Yeah.
So they'll probably be in the middle somewhere. So it's probably going to go to 30.
All right. So let's just.
He already knows where
Probably going to go to 30.
So if
I
he
haven't
said
heard
30,
that.
that means we still got another dollar something to drop in the converted price. So it's going to put the whole plan, in my opinion, the plan was to get us back to 30. That's where AMC's averaged in the past. So if he can get the shares back to 30, guess what he can do? He can now sell and dump on us at $30.
That's true,
Tony.
Tony.
Dump 125 million. 125 million shares. You do the math on your calculator. What's 125 million shares that he can now saturate us with all over again at $31? If he can get somebody to buy them up. So let me ask you, who do you think, drop in the comments, who do you think is going to buy those shares at $31, 125 million? I know who would. Somebody that owes them. Think about that. Who owes shares? 130 million shorts. Do you know the demand, in my opinion, the demand for AMC shares is through the roof? Why do you think we're on the threshold list? We supposedly own them all, right? Right? So guess who's demanding those? Guess who needs those to cover? Who borrowed? Think about it. There's 130 million legal shorts. So the demand to Adam Aaron is huge. If you can get me shares, I'm a short, I'm a hedgy. If you can get me shares, Adam, I'll gladly pay $30 or $31 a share.
That depends on.
Watch. Mark my words, if I'm wrong, let's see.
Shorts
But
are even
who's going
trying
to
to
get those
cover.
shares when they get sold? Are they going to go on the open market?
They
Who's going to
would
scoop
need
them
to.
up? Or they're going to do like they did with Antera and sell a bunch of shares directly to who? There's a list. If you did that interview I did with John Breida talked about it. He was the CEO of the company, right? The whole MMMTLP, Torchlight and all that. If you guys are paying attention, he said it. He knows who these predatory lenders and predatory shorts are.
So I get a call from Roth Capital and have a great relationship with them. We've done business with them for many years. And this is Super Bowl Sunday of 2021, Super Bowl Saturday, I should say. And he said, look, I've got some investors that want to buy stock. My first question was, investors, air quotes. And I said, how is the stock has gone from $2 down to $1.65 in the last 3 or 4 days on big volume. I said, tell me who the investors are. And he said, well, if you want to move forward with a raise, I could probably get, 40, 50 million done. And I'm like, 40 or 50 million? I said, how short is this? And so I went back to both boards and we basically said, look, we can do this raise. We can print it Monday morning. What do you guys want to do? We knew that we only had 4 days left before the SEC. If the SEC didn't approve our proxy, we couldn't raise money for another 90 days. It was impossible. So the board decided to raise money, only 25 million with the shoe, which is another 10%. But the one caveat that I told them, I said, look, we'll do this, but I have to approve every shareholder that gives stock. And I said, so
that's what I've been doing.
Has to go back and get me the list of people who want the securities.
So now we can do our chicken scratch.
It was like $50 million worth of demand. And
what's his name?
I went through line item by line item, and
AMC
some people got some and some people got none. And I know who the violators are. I know who the Reg N violators are. As a CEO,
over here,
I do my research and I understand
bingo card.
Good guys and bad guys. And those guys who were with me and done business the right way and done business legally, they got the stock. And there was one fund in particular, I won't name them, but they wanted the entire allotment. And it's not because they wanted to go long. Trust me, they didn't want to go long. They needed to cover short. Well, that's 25 million shares at $1.20. It's a lot of shares they would have had to cover, right? So guess what? They got zero allotment, and the stock, as expected, traded down to about $1.30 the next morning. And then when those people realized they weren't getting stock, then the stock started going up because they were covering. And so as a CEO, I will tell us all CEOs watching, be cognizant of your capital raises. A problem in your company, a hiccup in your company is not going to ruin you, but a bad financing will destroy you. Be cognizant of who's in your deal. Be cognizant of who the broker dealers are bringing to the table. And be cognizant of the structure. It's a huge deal and it's very important.
You think Adam does? He's been in the business for 40 years. You don't think he doesn't know? So everybody telling me he's not trying to help the shorts, the numbers don't lie. Watch as AMC price continues to go down. The market cap goes down so that it gets around $30 a share. We got a little bit more to go. Watch. Let's see if I'm wrong. Right before that conversion takes place, it's going to come out right at around $30. And then watch when he dumps around 125 million, because there's 130 million shorts legally on record, roughly right now. There you go.
So
mic fucking drop. You see why I'm so pissed off?
Whoa!
Look into
just dropped an F-bomb.
See the future. The demand is high for AMC shares. Adam needs them. 125
This is my trophy.
$30 a share. How much money is he going to get?
From 2021, best AMC YouTuber
and it's going to help
Ohio,
the shorts.
2021.
But guess who? It's not going to help.
Scotty Allen.
Drop your comments. Tell me what you think. Just my opinions. But when I look at math, and numbers never lie. And when it comes out of their own mouth, I don't know, guys.
Listen to him, all confident with his numbers now. Okay, so we watched that video. Now we can go back to CSI.
Up in the search bar of YouTube. Now, let's get on with Will We Squeeze? Let me tell you something, people. Nothing changes. Well, a whole lot changes with the squeeze. All right? The squeeze means that the shorts have not covered.
Hit the like button. Look at this. Look at me. Look at me with all these visuals now. Wow, amazing. Microsoft whiteboard. Hit the thumbs up button, people. All right. I have no idea what time it is because it's still. Oh, it updated. Never mind. Now I do know what time it is, assuming it's correct. All right, good. So Windows caught up with itself. All right. Anyway.
That's what the squeeze is. All right. The squeeze happens when the legal shorts get tired of holding their position and they get out of the play. Now, I happen to go over here to Fintel. Let's take a look. And you'll see
Legal
the short
shorts.
interest is 125,961,200.
Y'all are gonna get sick of this.
All right, that's what they're short legally. That's what they have to close. What about all the others? We'll talk about that later. But right now, we're talking about, will it squeeze? Because the Moass comes into effect when you got to get to the naked part. Will we squeeze? Can we squeeze these motherfuckers? Is the question right now. All right. Well, if they squeezed right now and they started closing out their position, 125 million new shares of AMC is going to have to be bought. And that's where the price rises and we make our money. Squeeze 101. Oh, shit. I forgot one thing. Throw a fucking monkey wrench, for lack of a better term. Sorry, apes. Throw a monkey wrench in this shit. All right? And then just a couple of days, this 125 million shares that they have to buy right now, start closing out those positions, will become 12,500,000. Because when we reverse
all these numbers
split,
are going in one ear,
so do these
and
shares.
right out the other.
So instead of them being on the hook now for 125 million, they only have to pay back 12,500,000.
Yeah,
Big
but
difference.
the value is going to be different.
But when they reverse stock split theirs, it's going to raise the value of it. Okay. They got in some of these short positions, and this,
Who are they in this scenario?
this is where Mr. Rance and his team can come in handy.
His team.
Where did they short these at? Because here's the point.
Oh,
if they shorted some of these,
guess what? I am feeling DP. Is he going to go DP on this dark pool? If so, that would be the first mention of dark pool
shares at
tonight.
6. Then when we reverse stock split, that short position is now worth 60. Okay? I'm talking about when they reverse these 125 million and make it 12.5 or 12.5 million. That $6 short goes to 60. And how does a short make money?
Nope. What he meant was he was talking about where did they short it in terms of what price level. I thought he was going to say, where did they short it? Well, they shorted in the dark pool. Okay. No. All right. We just lost 65 million. Sergeant Baloney says people are talking about another Great Depression that will devastate everything. Who's talking about this? I'm curious. I mean, I have no doubt that people are, but you know, I don't know anything about that. I haven't heard that. I haven't heard that. Now, having said that, I don't know anything about anything. So, but what I have gathered from what is happening with the certain banks and whatnot, I'm not seeing that. I'm not seeing that. So I'm curious who's saying that, and Twitter handles or links or anything that you have that would give some more clarity on that, and I'll take a look at it. But if anything, what I have put together is that it's most certainly not, as it appears to be, a systemic thing like that. But the guy who guessed the 2008 crash, Big Short, Michael Burry. Oh, really? Well, we can be sure that that's probably not right. I just say that because, it's fun to say. So, well, I don't think it's him because, look, 3 days ago, this came out. Big Short Michael Burry sees no reason to panic. The legendary investor who anticipated the 2008 financial crisis believes that the current panic is not necessary. It's rare to see Michael Burry in the camp with those who believe that everything will be fine. Crisis could be over very quickly. So, are you sure I mean, this is from 3 days ago. This is from what, last Wednesday? And he actually tweeted that on Tuesday, but it's a parody account. I don't know if that actually, this is not his actual account. Yeah, no, this is not Michael Burry. Unless he changed his Twitter. This is Michael Burry right here. And he currently has no tweets on here because he's one of these guys that deletes all his tweets. So the fake Michael Burry, so this is an article that is currently up on the internet from last week. Now, there's some other stuff here. Excuse me. Closer look at Michael Burry's thoughts on the banking sector. It's from Thursday. Doesn't appear uneasy. Now, okay, but this is no, that didn't work. I mean, this is, it's so, oh God, it's so hard to vet this information with all these fucking fake accounts on Twitter. I thought Elon was taking care of that. Now, what is the point? Oh my God, what a disaster. I mean, because the fake, well, what I believe is the fake Burry account. I don't know now. I don't know. Market bottom may be near, according to Michael Burry. This is from Yahoo from Friday. Again, it's referencing the 1907 panic, which was on the what I believe to be fake Michael Burry account. I don't know. I don't know, man. This shit is. Well, you know what that tells me? Fuck Michael Burry.
Money as the stock falls.
That's it. Fuck Michael Burry. I don't know. I don't know what he actually said, what he actually thinks. I'm not going to look it up on YouTube because this is going to be all the same stuff regurgitated in video form. Man, that's yeah, I don't know. But now, having said that, I would be inclined to agree with what I call the fake Michael Burry account that, it's probably not. I would like to know where, because yeah, so his actual Twitter doesn't say anything, and the fake one says, what I'm calling the fake one says that he doesn't think it's going to be a major problem. So where was it said? Where did he say that it would be a major problem? That's what I'm trying to find now. I'm not seeing that. But, maybe somebody said it maybe somebody said that he said it. and there was no source for any of it. I don't know, but I don't know. It might just all be baloney, Sergeant Baloney.
So now they're going to make money from the 60 all the way back down. You know it's true. Now, will this squeeze? Yes. I anticipate that after this verse stocks.
Because you guys were so accurate in all of your other times when you said that it will squeeze. Here's my thing. You have no credibility. Okay? Now, it doesn't matter if you don't have credibility, because people will watch the videos, they will believe it anyway, and you'll make money off these videos anyway. So it doesn't matter, which is fucked up, truly. But that's why we're out here on an early Sunday morning at this point. You know, saying extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Now, you can't just say that it will squeeze, especially when that has been the wrong call for a while. So, I don't know, Bubby. You're gonna have to do better than that.
And they only have to pay back 12 million.
They, meaning the short sellers, I guess.
500,000? Yes, they will start to cover some of their positions. They'll start covering the ones that are profitable to them.
Well, we got Ron Moon Market over here with the astrology report. Last time Pluto was in Aquarius, the French and American Revolution took place. Pluto enters Aquarius 3/23/23. So no Moass on 3/24. Damn. What's 3/24? That's this Friday. Okay. Well, it could be Wednesday though. It could be the 22nd. All right, Moass on Wednesday. That's what Ron said. AMC to $11 after summer blockbuster come out. That would be a Moass at this point. That's almost tripling the stock price. But apes don't accept anything under 37x. 36x is not enough. So 3x is not enough.
Get that money.
Well, 36x wasn't enough in 2021. 3x might be enough in 2023, especially if what Ron is saying about the Pluto. AMC to Pluto. That's what Ape Father used to say. Okay.
And then I'd start covering some. I mean, people think
this is devolving into absurdity.
But yes, we will have a price rise. When even after the split, they still have to get 12.5 million new shares. Oh, shit. On April 1st, AMC can start diluting. And I'm hearing people mention somewhere around 12 to 50 million shares. I wonder why. Because if they start covering and he starts selling, guess who gets taken out of the equation again? Will we Moass? Absolutely not. Why? Because at the reverse.
Did I just hear that correctly? What?
Equation again. Will we Moass? Absolutely not. Why?
Will we Moass? Absolutely not. I'm not hearing things. That's what he said. Oh, so you're going with the Pluto hate, huh? Exactly, Ron. So you're going with the Pluto hate, huh? It's not a planet, huh? Don't think it'll trigger Moass. Well, the question is, will it prevent Moass? And since it's not a planet, maybe it won't prevent the Moass. So, but Well, let's see. Pluto and Aquarius will affect each zodiac sign in 2023. So maybe it depends on your sign as to whether you will have the Moass. Like the Moass can be individual. And if you think about it, it kind of is. Like there could be there could be a major squeeze that you could be considered a Moass. Like let's say hypothetically, but whether individuals will profit, whether individuals will end up making money off of it, that is determined by Pluto's relevance in, you know, the scheme of things. Maybe? I don't know. This is uncharted territory, except maybe moon market. So anyway, Pluto is entering Aquarius at some point, whenever Ron said it is, and that which was the 23rd, Thursday. Pluto ruins everything. Nothing can prevent Moass devolving into absurdity, remember?
Why? Because at the reverse stock split, they erase all those positions. All right. Yeah, it goes up to whatever. Okay, it goes up to whatever. My average is 120. All right. So, that's where they got to start. Okay. Will we have a run-up? Yes. I believe we're going to have a run-up. But y'all got to understand, I've told y'all before, on a logical level, this has turned into a national security threat for every fucking body. All right.
What? A national security threat? Now, Al said this months ago. Now this guy's on this retardation. Okay. Will it have a run-up? What do you consider a run-up? That's what I say to you. Is this a run-up? Is this a run-up? Well, it's 150% in about 2 weeks. Is that a run-up? Is this a run-up? 100%. Again, in about a week and a half. Is this a run-up? What's a run-up? 80% in a week. So are these run-ups? Is this a run-up? Whoa. Running up my Zoom. Is this a run-up? 500%. Yeah, that's a run-up. I don't know what they consider to be a run-up. Are these other things run-ups? I don't know. I think these are run-ups. That's a run-up. That's a run-up. Okay, sure. These are run-ups. So to say you're going to have a run-up, I hate to use the O word, but obviously this is going to happen again. I mean, we have evidence. We have enough evidence that this kind of run-up is going to happen again. It would be very odd if it didn't happen again. So Bubby might be right on that. But that's like, broken watch territory. Yeah. It's going to run up again. Nobody knows when. And it's going to be, one of these run-ups, one of these overhead supply run-ups. But great.
All right, not just this play, but this play plays a major part, and it could get bad. So they are going to control it. They're going to let some people make money. Some people already have. They sold out, said, man, fuck this. I got in at $2. I'm out.
36X.
Too much drama. And too much overthinking it.
Pluto doesn't like the drama.
Look at the financials instead of the story. That this is going to go from 125 million to 12.5 million, and Adam Aaron's going to dump them fucking shares, and when he does, he's going to sell it to them. Simple as that.
To them.
With that, love y'all.
To them.
Be blessed. See you in the next video.
Be blessed. Yes, be blessed. AMC popcorn is worth more than its shares. Ooh. Wow. All right, Chris. See, it's devolving into absurdity. Chris is out. Won't blame you. Have a good one, my friend. Thanks for being here. Pluto is owed. Yeah, sad Pluto. How about this review? AMC popcorn reviews. Okay. Now, the problem with this is the problem with this is these videos here, I mean, obviously, and I'll use it here because 7 days ago, you know, we're talking about a period where the popcorn is out. So there's a good chance that who's doing the taste testing? Is it going to be actually unbiased? Do they actually have good taste, like the reviewer? You know, are we seeing like a bunch of bullshit food in their kitchen, or do they know how to cook? And you know, clearly they have a little bit of validity in the kitchen, let's say. Now we can't. There's nothing else we can do, so it would have to be that. Now I'm surprised that there aren't more reviews of this on here. I said I was going to do it. May have to go to Walmart tomorrow and buy some of this stupid popcorn. Look at this grifter. Who is this fuck here? What is on balance volume? Is it useful in technical analysis? You're about a year and a half late on that, Tony. We talked about that. But God, I'm never going to end this stream. AMC movie hacks. Oreo popcorn from AMC theaters. Wakanda Forever AMC popcorn bucket review. A review of the popcorn bucket. Well, anyway, evolving into absurdity. Let's just check out this top one. Negative infinity, maybe. Come on, I clicked it.
Exclusively at Walmart. We got the pre-pop popcorn that you just have to warm up. This is the AMC Theaters Perfectly Popcorn Snack, and they just started selling these in
So he's wearing a Black Panther shirt. I don't know. This guy's got 38,000 subscribers. Who is this guy? Oh, okay. I stand corrected. Product reviews, food reviews. So this, at least, now I'm not saying that he couldn't be an ape. Okay. I'm not saying that it's not. I'm not saying that he's not necessarily an ape. But the channel is food reviews. So that's good. I wanted to talk about it from that perspective, not from the AMC perspective, which I feel like, again, I feel like there would be a lot of those on there if they're actually buying it. Maybe they're not buying it. Maybe they're not actually buying it. Could be that.
Walmart stores across
they in this scenario is the apes. And yeah. Let's see. I don't know how to say this. I don't know how to say that. Tino Linkiv. Need more vowels in that name. Why do you think AMC is not done? Oh, like not done going up? Or, I mean, because I think we said that it is done. but it depends on what you mean by done. So just to be clear, we're not bullish on AMC. Okay, let's see what this guy says about
the United States, and this is $3.98. So in case you hadn't heard, just in time for the Oscars, AMC has started to sell a couple of different varieties of popcorn exclusively at Walmart. We got the pre-pop popcorn that you just have to warm up, and then there's also microwavable popcorn options as well.
Yeah, so Tino, we're not saying that AMC is going up. We're not bullish on AMC. We are not bullish on AMC. In fact, this is one of the few places on YouTube that is not bullish on AMC, seemingly. And we've been consistent since July 2021 about this. Looking at the evidence, I mean, there's really no case for that. So I'm not sure. When will we be bullish? I don't know if that's possible. I don't know if it's possible. I don't know if it's the right, doesn't really have a bullish thesis on it. So now, bullish, does bullish even enter the equation really? Because we're talking about supposedly a squeeze play. You need something that's going to, make the price go up in order to cause a squeeze. That's what we don't see. All right.
This is the extra butter flavor. There's some other butter flavors as well, both for this and for the microwavable version. And I'm going to be trying out the microwavable version very, very soon. But in order to eat this, you have to pour the popcorn into a microwave safe bowl for about 20 to 30 seconds. And then once it's nice and warm, you eat it. So I want to see how close this comes to the actual popcorn that you can get in an AMC theater. Expectations are not particularly high, but this is something that I'm really, really excited to try. So let's take this over to the microwave. So that is what the popcorn looks like. And let me tell you, it does smell like AMC popcorn. And I know because my wife goes and buys AMC popcorn even when she's not going to actually watch a movie. But
wait a minute. Really? Really? Okay, maybe they are apes. I don't know. You're asking questions that are, that's too existential. Okay. Stick around and watch it, or watch some other videos or something. But the point is that all the information on YouTube about AMC is garbage. We want to try to change that. That's it. Not everything is bullish. Not everything that comes out has to be bullish. I know that's crazy concept because everything on AMC, everything on YouTube about AMC is. That's all you get is all this garbage. So to us, that's a problem. And instead of, just bitching about it, here we are. I'm curious, and about the popcorn, I'm just curious, okay? Because it's a curiosity. So excuse me for being curious about it. All right. Sounds like you might be in the wrong place. I don't know. Maybe you're not, but I understand. I get it.
Good. Let's pour it into this bowl. I think that much.
Tony. Maybe.
Pop it in the microwave, 20 to 30 seconds, depending on your microwave. All right.
Yeah, I'm getting that vibe too.
Let's give this popcorn a try.
Wait, so, all right. I talked over it, which I
think that much how to do it. Pop it in the microwave, 20 to 30 seconds, depending on your microwave. All right, we're all done.
So it's prepared popcorn that you heat up in the microwave for 20 to 30 seconds. Can't say that I've ever done that before.
Let's give this popcorn a try.
I hate these clip-on microphones that these guys use.
This might sound a little bit weird, but I'm having a difficult time tasting the popcorn. It feels like it's the AMC popcorn is what I remember, and even the sensation of the butter.
He's got extra butter popcorn. He says he can't taste it.
In my mouth feels like the actual popped inside of an AMC theater popcorn, but I can't for the life of me get the actual flavor. I'm not sick, am I? Tell you what,
COVID.
I'm gonna go have my wife tries this, and she's the AMC popcorn expert, and I'm gonna see what she says about it. So I let my wife try it, and she said that it was really good. And I asked her, can you taste it? And she was like, yeah, you can taste it. You just gotta have more than one kernel at a time. And that's what I'm doing. So I can confirm.
Wait, so this guy has a channel where he reviews food. He has almost 40,000 subscribers, and he can't taste the popcorn? What? Is there a twist coming at the end of this video?
My taste buds are still intact.
This motherfucker. This has got to be clickbait. All right.
I tried pizza, I tried lemon, I tried juice. I can taste everything perfectly fine. But for some reason, when it comes to this popcorn, I'm just having a hard time getting the really solid flavor of popcorn that I'm used to. I'm getting
angry.
Is going on with this? Because I can't taste it. I'm kind of at a loss here, you guys. I'm not too sure what to think about it. I feel like this is actually really good. Listen, my wife says that it's really good, so maybe you should take her recommendation. Maybe I'm going through some things. I don't know.
Bag holding?
I can tell you that the crunch factor, while not as crunchy as straight up at the movie theater popcorn,
is because it was popped God knows when ago. But
a bit squishy, but it's still good.
Like, what is the advantage of this over smart food popcorn, for example, or the generic no-name popped popcorn in a bag, or shit, anything else? I mean, he says he can't taste it. I don't know if that's a reflection on him
the
or the
sensation and the taste of the butter, or at least what I perceive to be the taste of the butter, seems very close to the AMC theaters popcorn, but gotta be honest with you, I can't really taste a lot of pop.
The problem with that is you have to have the popcorn and you have to try them both. You can't just go off of memory, because the way that we think we remember things and the way that they actually were, oftentimes very different. Like just look up any of those videos about giving descriptions of crime suspects. It's horrible. Our memories are terrible.
Popcorn.
And that's for something that we saw, like a crime happening. So you think you're going to remember what popcorn tastes like? I don't think
flavor. So. But if you tried this, let me know what you think. If you tried it, can you taste it as well as you can taste other popcorns? Or am I losing my mind? I don't know.
No,
but
because
I'm definitely going to try the microwave.
This is a processed food that's packaged and has been sitting on a shelf, has traversed the country. Even though it's sealed, it's never gonna be the same as fresh.
And see if that one is going to be any different. So stay tuned for that video, and if you want to be sure that you catch it, be sure to subscribe.
I don't think so. I think I'll pass on that video.
Leave a like for me. I really appreciate it. So this is it, you guys. Thank you all so much for watching. Until next time, I'm Jeremy, and I'll talk to you later.
Now, okay, this person says they worked at AMC years ago. Their popcorn is Orville Redenbacher with a salt flavoring. Blah, 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 blah. It's not Orville Redenbacher anymore. As far as I know, as far as everything we could find and Ron found, it's Weaver popcorn. So obviously this was years ago. So there's a lot of, I have to say, this is a weird video. It's a weird thing here. Buy more. AMC going to have a massive short squeeze. And they laughed at that. The creator did. Short squeeze incoming. $3, that's a lot of money. worth more than the stock. Yes. All right. Well, so if anybody wants to, they could go out and buy some popcorn from AMC, then stop at maybe go to Walmart, get this, then stop at an AMC, get the actual popcorn, come home, do an A/B taste test, compare. And really, it should be double blind, but whatever. We're not, this isn't like a scientific paper, but I mean, you want to be able to compare it right then. And really, you shouldn't know which one is which, truly. So that's the blind part. Anyway, very odd. Can't taste it. I mean, I guess that's possible. All right. They're talking about bacon popcorn. Okay. 2 days ago, meet Kevin. Oh, God.
Well, it's official. AMC has a
Look at him with his nicey vest. What a douche. Look at this shit. Oh, my God. Meet Kevin.
On what is going to happen with the APE units. AMC is saving the APE units, according to shareholders, that is. Apparently, Adam Aaron and shareholders have voted in unison to allow and authorize the APE units to essentially merge with the AMC units. Basically, what this does is it allows AMC to issue more shares. That was always the issue with AMC. They had a lot of debt, and their goal was to be able to minimize the debt. Well,
now, I know YouTube hides the dislikes. There's a way to get it to show them, which I have employed here on my account. So I can see likes and dislikes, and you can too. But sometimes people have said, are you sure that thing's working? Because it doesn't really show many downvotes on many videos. And see, I say that is a flaw in the way that's a flaw in the theory of not showing the downvotes because, it's biased towards the likes. But here's some evidence that no, it shows them. They're just, again, it indicates the bias. So this has 369 downvotes. And in general, there's no question that the engagement on like and dislike has plummeted since they implemented this. So, I mean, you're not even you're getting like a negligible amount of people even taking the time to do it because it doesn't matter. But most of the time, the people that do are people who liked it. Meet Kevin's a little bit more polarizing, I think. So he's got 369 downvotes. But Scott, that thing doesn't work. It never shows any downvotes. Yeah, it does. It's just biased to the upside. Anyway, just wanted to point that out.
usually the way you minimize debt is you raise equity. But AMC was restricted by shareholders. They weren't allowed to raise any more equity.
All right. Yeah, we already know this. We already went over all this. I don't care. And I don't care about him. Although, I do want to pop over to Scott Schaefer's channel real quick. Scott Schaefer. And address this because Ron did mention Meet Kevin lawsuit. Meet Kevin lawsuit. I haven't really looked into this much. I'm wondering what the fuck? How in the hell is this a valid lawsuit? Even though I hate all of these guys. Now, don't get me wrong. I can't stand them. They do belong in jail. But I'm not seeing it on this. I'm just not seeing it. I'm curious what Scott's going to say. I don't know. But they had a promotional deal with something that ended up being a scam, ended up being fraud. Were they aware of that? Highly, highly unlikely. Unless they knew it was a fraud, I don't see it. Now, correct me if I'm wrong or if I'm missing something there, but I just don't see this one. Maybe I'll change my opinion after this video. We'll see. By the way, this will probably be the last one because it's already after 1. Which, by the way, yeah, my clock is working again. Still checking on the yep, still working. So good. Sometimes Windows gets a little confused. Sometimes it unconfuses itself.
So some of the biggest names in YouTube finance and cryptocurrency are now being sued for promoting a massive scam. The scam we're talking about is FTX. Now, if you're unfamiliar, FTX was a massive cryptocurrency platform that went under in November of last year. I covered this extensively. I think I did 15 videos on FTX, and I talked about how many of these YouTube creators who are promoting it, pimping it out on their platform, could potentially face repercussions, and now that seems to be the case. Now, there was an FTX lawsuit, I think in December last year or maybe January, and that lawsuit only covered the actual celebrities who had endorsed this platform. We're talking about Tom Brady, Shaquille O'Neal, Kevin O'Leary, and it didn't name any of these actual YouTubers in that lawsuit. Now, this new lawsuit, which came out yesterday, I just found out about it today, list all of the actual, or the biggest names on YouTube that were promoting this platform. Now, I have to say, there are some issues with this lawsuit. I've been covering many of these guys.
Thank you. Okay, I'm not saying that, it's aliens, but it's aliens. I'm so glad to hear him say that. So we're gonna watch the rest of this one. And you know what? Scott's gonna play us out. This will be the last video. So I'll just go ahead and say now, thank you for watching the stream. Also, go over to Telegram and join. Well, go to the description and click the link and join the Telegram chat group, finance chat. A lot of people here are in there. It's a good time and some useful information talking about finance, trading, and just life in general. So see you there. I'm going to let Scott play us out. Which, yeah, I wish I had that other clip. I wish I had it. You know what? I have it. Play it live. Do it live.
That is it for us today, and we will leave you with a... I can't do it. Okay. We'll do it live.
Okay. No.
We'll do it live. Fuck it. Do it live. I'll write it, and we'll do it live.
All right, here we go. We're doing it live. Have a good one. Listen to Scott, because Scots know what they're talking about. And we'll catch you tomorrow for the futures stream at around 6. We'll see how things go, and we'll see you then. There's the link. That's it. There. Is that it? Really? Does that work? No, that's not it. That's some Russian thing. I thought it was tinycc/finchat. I think it's this. It's in the description. Well, I just went to the one that Lynn put there, and it's yeah, that's it. So I'm going to do this, and don't take this personally, but I don't want people to be confused, but yeah, anyway, it seriously was Russian, so I don't want to be accused of anything, but anyway, thanks, Lynn, for, putting it there. Thanks a lot. All right, I'll see you guys over there. See you tomorrow at 6. Scott, take it away.
For a long time, and I'm going to say there are some issues. So we're going to go over the lawsuit, we're going to cover it, show you exactly what is happening, and then I'll give my opinion on if I actually think this is going to work or what's going to go through with it. Okay, so here is the actual lawsuit right here on the screen. You can see United States District Court, Southern District of Florida, Miami Division. Edwin Garrison is the plaintiff. Now, one thing to note is Edwin Garrison and his lawyers are the same people who filed the lawsuit against the celebrities, like I said, Tom Brady and whatnot, who for promoting FTX. They filed the same lawsuit. So this is the same guys. It seems to be they're doing like blanket statement, just throwing out lawsuits left and right to see who sticks against it. But yeah, just to keep in mind, they're the same guys. Now they're going after Kevin Paffrath, that's Meet Kevin, if you don't know who that is, Graham Stephan, Andre Jeek, Jaspreet Singh. Now Jaspreet Singh is the Minority Mindset YouTube channel, that's his real name. Brian Jung, Jeremy LaFleur, otherwise known as Financial Education, and then you have Tom Nash. Now, what's really interesting about Tom Nash, We'll get into that in just a minute, but Tom Nash is not his real name. They don't list his real name, so it's kind of interesting on that one. But Tom Nash, they're going after. Ben Armstrong is known as BitBoy Crypto. Ben Armstrong has actually responded already, so we'll cover that. And then Erica Kohlberg and Creator Agency LLC. Now, what's really interesting is that most of these creators, I don't know all of them, I don't know about Ben Armstrong, but most of these creators on this list were all at one point in the same agency, Creator Agency LLC, which is what that agency is being sued as well in this lawsuit. Most of them were all in this agency at one point, and Creator Agency is the one, if you don't know what agencies do for YouTubers, they go out and find the deals for these actual YouTubers. So Creator Agency was the one that went to FTX, or FTX came to Creator Agency and said, you know, we have these YouTubers, they'd love to work with you, and they made these deals happen. Now, Creator Agency has massively changed their site since all of this backlash happened. If you went to their site in the past, you used to see people like Graham Stephan. I'll put an old picture up. You had Graham Stephan, Andre Jick, all of these guys were in the same agency, and they have now rebranded their website, and they still have some of the creators. Minority Mindset is on there. Erica Kohlberg, Erica Kohlberg was one of the founders of the actual agency, and she's also a social media influencer as well. But you can see some of the influencers are still on the list. Spencer, Brian Junger there. But like Graham Stephan and Andre Jick are no longer on this list. It does say at the bottom that they have more influencers that they work with. So I don't know if Graham and Andre and some of these other guys are no longer working with this agency due to the fallout with FTX, or if they just don't want their picture being displayed on the actual website. I don't know if that's the case or not, but the actual agency along with these individuals are being sued in this case. Now, what's really interesting is that one of the creators, Ben Armstrong, also known as BitBoy Crypto, has already responded, and this is the tweet he said, "I'm pretty excited about this FTX lawsuit, actually, to be honest. When I countersued the plaintiffs and the lawyers involved, we will finally be able to prove unequivocally I never had dealings with FTX. This is going to be the easiest money anyone ever made since SBT took yours." So Ben Armstrong, he's not someone I followed last year, so I actually don't know if he promoted FTX. I would think that if they were adding Ben Armstrong to the actual lawsuit, I would hope that they actually did their research and can prove that Ben Armstrong promoted FTX. But, you know, he says that he didn't promote it, so take it as it is. Now, the other guys I've extensively covered, Meet Kevin, Graham Stephan, Andre Jick, all of them heavily promoted it. I have video evidence. Many people have video evidence. Now, Kevin, Graham, and Andre actually had another YouTube channel called Millennial Money, and pretty much every video on that channel was promoted by FTX. They had the FTX logo on the screen for like the whole hour-long episode in many cases. And that channel, I believe it was Graham Stephan, completely destroyed that channel because the whole thing was just a massive endorsement for FTX, and he realized, you know, he should probably take this down. So this lawsuit is asking for $1 billion in damages, claiming that, you know, these YouTubers who promoted it, they were promoting a scam, and people signed up for them and lost, you know, upwards of $1 billion. Now, if you actually scroll down to the defendants page, it lists all of the defendants, and it shows like their YouTube channels and where they live. It says Ventura, California for Kevin, Graham Stephan, Las Vegas. Now, what's really interesting is you've actually...
Okay, before we hear about what he thinks is really interesting, I do want to interrupt here with breaking news. It's not really breaking news, but I just found out about this. So it looks like, First Citizens is in talks with is in talks to acquire Silicon Valley Bank, according to Bloomberg News, which I don't know why I didn't bring up the Bloomberg article. That's on investing.com, but anyway, which has ads because they require you to have ads if you want to use it. So let me see if I can find the actual Bloomberg article. Okay, here we go. This is better. Go straight to the horse's ass. Okay. First Citizens weighing takeover of Silicon Valley Bank. They're evaluating an offer for Silicon Valley Bank, Raleigh, North Carolina-based lender. Potential buyers in the data room for the auction process. Offers are due Sunday morning, later this morning. FDIC will decide on Sunday whether to pursue a full sale or breakup. No final decision has been made, and First Citizens could opt against making a bid. So the apes are going to say this is bad, but you know it's not a bad thing. Anyway, just a little interjection of some news there that came out while we were on the stream. So you can't blame me for not having it. Although I did just get a, what you call it. It says that he is a resident of Ventura, California, Lynn. Ventura, California. That sounds familiar. That sounds familiar. Huh, interesting. Okay. All right, anyway, I'm back off. So just got to go back. I'm just going to rewind it just a little bit. And all right, back to the video.
Ventura, California for Kevin, Graham, Stefan, ships. Now, if you actually scroll down to the defendants page, it lists all of the defendants, and it shows like their YouTube channels and where they live. It says Ventura, California for Kevin, Graham, Stefan, Las Vegas. Now, what's really interesting is you've actually scrolled down to number 28. It says defendant Tom Nash, a YouTube star with over 283,000 subscribers to his YouTube page, was paid to endorse FTX and is a citizen and resident of Sydney, Australia. Now, if you've been following my channel, I actually covered Tom Nash and I actually exposed him. And I can say with certainty that Tom Nash is not his real name. Everyone who's done research on this, guys, knows that Tom Nash is not his real name. That's a fake name that he created specifically for his YouTube channel, right? So this lawsuit is filing against a fake name. Now, I have seen other lawsuits in the past go after, like a YouTube channel. It'll list the YouTube channel name and then it'll list the person's real name, or they'll go after a celebrity's fake name because sometimes celebrities have fake name. So it'll list their fake name and their real name. But I've never seen a lawsuit actually go after someone and just list their fake name. It does not list anywhere in this page his real name. I know what it is. I'm not going to say it because he did threaten to sue me once. Even though his name is public knowledge, it's pretty easy to find. But that's not his real name at all. And after the research I've done, I can tell you he does not live in Sydney, Australia. So that information is 100% false. They didn't do their research. Not real name, not where he lives. So that's one strike against this lawsuit if you actually want your lawsuit to work. And go through, you should do your research and find out who these guys actually are. Now, they do list Jaspreet Singh. That's the creator of Minority Mindset. So they did their research to find out what that guy's real name is, but they didn't do their research to find out what Tom Nash's real name is. Now, in the lawsuit, one interesting paragraph that says, the suit held that United States Securities and Exchange Commission warned in 2017 that if a yield-bearing account are found to be securities, persons promoting them could be prosecuted for promoting an unregistered security or failing to properly disclose their payments and compensation. The question of whether that is the case has been practically answered in the affirmative through various regulatory statements, guidance, and actions issued by the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission and other regulatory entities. So basically, the actual lawsuit, they seem to believe that FTX is a security. It's an unregistered security. And because these guys were endorsing it, they are liable. Now, these guys made a ton of money. They have since deleted pretty much all their connection to FTX, but I actually have video footage. I've shown this before. Specifically, Jeremy Financial Education and Tom Nash both talked about how they were making hundreds of thousands of dollars a month promoting FTX.
Made the hard decision to cut ties with FTX, and I just want to be fully transparent with you guys on my side of things and kind of what I've seen and why I've made this decision. Okay, now I was supposed to, the deal between FTX and I were supposed to run through the end of this year. I don't want to disclose the specific numbers, but I'm going to try to be as transparent as possible. Multi-six figure.
Now, this lawsuit could have grave impacts for many of the other endorsements on YouTube, especially if these guys, if the plaintiffs were to win this case, right? If they were able to successfully sue these influencers for promoting this scam, then what's going to happen with other things like established titles or other companies like that, right? People are going to, these influencers on YouTube are going to have to be very picky now that an actual lawsuit has been filed for something like this. They have to decide, this could get me in trouble. If I promote this, it goes under or it gets proven a scam, I could be in serious trouble. Now, like I said, I don't know if this case is actually going to win or not. Just the fact that they clearly, the plaintiffs clearly do not know Tom Nash's real name. They didn't put in the effort to find out who this guy really is. that doesn't bear. It doesn't look good if in the case of the case actually winning. I don't know if they can actually go after someone if they don't know his real name. Probably Legal Eagle or Attorney Tom will have to comment more on that. Now, like I said, Ben Armstrong already put his tweet out talking about that, and actually Meet Kevin actually contacted CoffeeZilla, and he posted a clip on it on Twitter, so I'll show that as well.
And I'm happy to work with this, some form of like basically a charity. Let's be clear, that's what it is. It's not taking responsibility, because ultimately I don't think any influencer has to take responsibility for what somebody does with product advice. That responsibility should only arise if somebody actually hires somebody, like retaining an attorney, hiring a doctor for their own personal situation, or hiring a personal financial advisor. Otherwise, from there, it's a lesson to the whole community. We've got to be more careful with sponsors, and the viewers have to be, diligent about their own decisions.
So ultimately, I don't know how this is going to play out. If the plaintiffs do win this case, and these YouTubers have to pay money for promoting this scam, I do think it could have like massive implications for other types of products that have been promoted on YouTube as well. YouTubers are going to have to be very, very choosy what they're promoting now that some of them are actually getting sued for promoting FTX. But I'd love to know in the comments below, what do you think? Is this lawsuit going to win? Are these influencers going to have to pay up for it? Or do you think this is just like a massive just Hail Mary? Because like I said, this law firm, they're the same one that actually sued all of the actual celebrities, Tom Brady and whatnot, in another lawsuit for promoting FTX. So it seems like they're just tossing out lawsuits left and right to see what sticks. But I'd love to know your comments down below.
So that's the conclusion that I have come to, at least initially, on this. So anyway, yeah, I don't think that. I mean, that's pretty sloppy. It's pretty sloppy.
And I actually.
So yeah, Tom Nash. I mean, I guess one could say that they're using his YouTube name, the name that he uses in YouTube. But I mean, he's a defendant. He's one of the people that they're suing. So I'm not sure there. But Scott says he doesn't live in Sydney, Australia either. So that's also not apparently true. Yeah, anyway, and poor Tom, he's the lowest one here, 283,000 subs. So, I mean, craziness. But I don't see it on this. Like I said, these guys, while I despise all of them, they knew it was a scam, they knew it was fraud. Okay, in that case, maybe you got something, but is the liability really with them? Don't think so. But also not a lawyer. Let's see if there's any lawyers talking about it on YouTube. I know I said I was leaving, but being sued. It's funny that Spencer Cornelia is talking about it because he's part of that same agency. I don't think he promoted FTX though. My response to FTX 3 months ago. We watched that apparently. No, we didn't. Let's talk about FTX. I know somebody put this video in Telegram, this video right here with Mark Kohrs, and I do want to watch this, but it's too long to do right now. You got to be careful with Stansberry Research. They are definitely. I don't even know if it's a real. Well, anyway, I've been seeing their infomercials and stuff for years. So, but anyway, I'm just curious what Mark Kohrs is saying there. So there's Legal Eagle down there talking about SBF. Okay, I don't know who this is. CoffeeZilla got this wrong. I mean, it's entirely possible. I don't know who that is. My personal opinion about the FTX lawsuit. Okay, God damn it. Oh no, okay, that's not CoffeeZilla. Kevin's awful response. What do you think about Meet Kevin? Can't stand him. I can't stand any of those guys. There's absolutely no reason to watch any of their content. I mean, you mean Dewey Kevin, right? He was a realtor and even said in one of his videos that if I ever start making videos about the stock market, you should never listen to me. And then what did he do? He went and he was like, oh, that's a good idea. I should do that. It's too long, man. 18 minutes. You got to go sub 10 coming from the guy who's got, 4 or 6 hour live streams. Yeah, he probably would be the kind of guy that would show up at those commission meetings. Yeah, I would believe that. Okay. Well, we may have to do some more research on this. I guess I could let this play out, but I don't really want to watch the whole video. Then he ran for California governor.
The influencers who promoted FTX are now being sued for over $1 billion in damages, and I want to talk about it. We're not only speaking to a lawyer, but even one of the people getting sued. Meet Kevin, Graham Stephan, Andre Jick, Minority Mindset.
Let's go to that.
Young,
Let's skip to
Financial
that.
Education, Jeremy, Tom Nash,
Let's find
and
that.
BitBoy Crypto.
There we go. All right. So I've been a subscriber of Legal Eagle for a couple years, I think. So I like him. Darren over at Legal Eagle.
Everyone believes this particular legal strategy is going to hold water. I asked Legal Eagle, a well-known lawyer on YouTube, what he thought, and he was doubtful about its chances.
And basically, the entire case rests on a part of the Florida law that the plaintiffs claim connects the endorsers to FTX. I'm very skeptical of this. The section in question extends liability to any director, officer, partner, or agent for the seller if they personally participated or aided in the making of a sale. And if you're on YouTube or if you're a celebrity endorser, you're not a director of the company, you're not an officer, you're not a partner, and you're not an agent. You're not able to act on behalf of the company. You're just basically contracted to make a statement. For most of them, it relies on a bare allegation that they were, quote, paid to endorse FTX. And then there is a subsequent allegation where it's so wishy-washy. It says, quote, it is hard to imagine that anyone who has done business with FTX, including paid endorsers, would not have personally witnessed one or more of the deficiencies identified by Mr. Ray. He's the guy who's in charge of the receivership of FTX in bankruptcy. And all FTX endorsers have extensive business dealings beyond FTX and surely would be able to identify business practices that are unusually problematic. No. Now, as a legal matter, I don't think that that really changes anything. As a factual matter, it's just completely false that a celebrity endorser or a YouTuber would have any insight into the inner workings of FTX that the public does not have. That's just...
And this is why I compared it to Alec Baldwin in the Rust movie shooting. Because, there was someone there who's a professional, supposedly, whose job is to take care of the firearms on set. And that person failed to do her job. So, do we expect actors to know the stuff that the armorer is supposed to know on the set? No, absolutely not. Now, I'm not saying it absolves any responsibility, but it's certainly a major factor. I made that analogy the other day, and I don't know if I was totally clear on it, but that's the connection I see. Anyway, this is good.
Just not the way it works. Though at the same time, I wouldn't want to be these YouTubers either who are gonna have to pay thousands and thousands of dollars to their lawyers to defend against what is quite possibly a meritless lawsuit. I don't expect this particular lawsuit to go anywhere, but I think it is going to be a pain in the sides of many of these YouTubers.
Wow. So there's the official opinion from an expert. It'll probably cost the influencers a lot of money, but he's skeptical if it will hold up for the long run. Of course, we'll see how it plays out. But the last thing I wanted to do was not just ask a lawyer what they thought.
Yeah, he wants to talk to me, Kevin. Here we go.
Think you should be liable? What are your thoughts? You're being sued along with several others for the promotion of FTX. Do you think you should be liable? What are your thoughts?
It's terrible. I feel so terrible for the people who lost money from FTX. I feel so just the entire YouTube finance.
Look at him driving his Tesla.
Basically with egg on the face, so to speak, because of the association with somebody who ended up being a terrible fraud, and it's miserable. The way I compare it is,
He's talking about himself there, right? He's talking about somebody who's a major fraud. He's talking about himself, yeah.
A real estate broker for quite a while. Still am a real estate broker, and
yeah.
Oftentimes clients ask us for vendor recommendations.
It's not a Tesla.
Who's a good plumber?
Sorry.
And I've had this before where 98% of the time the electrician you recommend is great, and at one time something goes wrong, and that stuff happens. It turns into this situation where the person who's responsible is the person making the mistake. And I know it's terrible because it's like, hey, well, financial influencers, how come they didn't know? We didn't have access to financials at FTX. We had hired individual representatives like agencies who do this sort of stuff, and they tell us they do all the vetting for us. This is why we hire people to help us, and so we don't have a look into the systems of what's really going on behind the scenes. And I think that's the same thing that happened to people like Shaq.
Well, he always has that blank, soulless appearance, so that's normal for him. But yeah, I don't know. I couldn't do. I mean, I've thought about doing a live stream when I was driving. Not a good idea. Not going to do it. Not a good idea. And he's driving. I'm in Ohio. Okay. I've been told I can never talk about traffic because I live in Ohio. Okay, fine. He's in California. So yeah, no. I don't think it's a good idea.
Or Matt Damon or whomever else has been caught up in this. But I think the worst case scenario out of all of this is the individuals who don't have access to their deposits.
But do you think you should, specifically you or me, Graham or anybody else like who promoted it? I think the difference is between you and Tom Brady is people kind of expect you guys to know. Do you think you should be, do you think you should be giving recommendations?
Probably not driving. He's probably using the poor man's method there of
if you
making it appear like he's driving.
Due diligence, because as you said, you don't have access to these financials. And then B, do you think that given that you guys profited,
poor man's process is what it's called, the poor man's process.
I'm guessing somewhere in the realm of $1 million plus from these FTX things. Do you think that you should give back all of that money?
So first, my expectation is my profit from FTX, just to be as transparent as possible, is probably somewhere around 225K. It's supposed to be closer to 300, but they never paid me the last payment. So I'm probably somewhere right around 220. I need to fact check that.
Wow.
Somewhere around that.
He needs to fact check himself on how much money he got from FTX. Amazing.
Ultimately, I agree with you. I think that there needs to be there needs to be a lot more diligence in when sponsorships are made with creators.
Yeah, because you guys are dealing with
on
finances.
you, isn't it?
This isn't a NordVPN ad where if things go wrong, something happens. This is like if something goes wrong, people's entire livelihoods are at stake. And for better or for worse, you guys are seen as the experts, and so you guys are held to that expert standard. It's like if a doctor recommended a pill that doesn't work and gives you gives you cancer or something.
Suppose it's also relevant to what people individually say, right? Because individually, I've always said, look, crypto is...
Explain yourself. What is this mass awakening? What is this great awakening? I'm intrigued. What do you mean?
Extremely speculative, and that it should represent a tiny portion of your portfolio, if anything at all. On top of that, it's also incumbent upon the individual to take some responsibility that we know not your keys, not your crypto. That's been made abundantly clear. Even with these bank failures, I believe that ultimately depositors deserve some form of a haircut because ultimately they choose. Now, if I say, hey, go to Silicon Valley Bank and get a loan, and you're like, like, hey, I get a loan here, I get all these benefits. Ultimately, you take that risk. So it is incumbent upon the individual to take responsibility as well. Yes, a doctor can refer you, hey, maybe this medicine will work.
But the individuals aren't the experts. That's the whole problem, is they rely on experts to help them make this decision. They don't have the luxury of spending all day looking at finance and stuff like this. So they rely on people to make their decisions for better or worse. And then when things go wrong, you know, ultimately people are going to look to the experts in the room and say, hey, what happened? And if the answer is, well, we just didn't do enough due diligence, sorry, that's kind of a problem. So I think that's where their questions about like giving back all the money come from. Have you spoken to anybody about just giving back the money to the people affected?
Once all the cards are settled, or all the dust is settled, so to speak, and everybody gets whatever money is left back, whatever deposits are left, I'm a big fan of contributing to some sort of recovery fund when it's all over. Not because I feel responsible. I do not feel responsible, but because I feel sorry for people who, quite frankly, lost money because they either didn't listen to the advice of not your keys, not your crypto, or they put too much of their own portfolio on. You know, if I go onto a gambling website because somebody says, hey, go gamble here, you'll make a lot of money, and I lose money, that's on me.
You're going to make a lot of money.
I invested.
Come to my seminar.
Thinking
you're going to make a lot of money.
Great investment. I put $420,000 into BlockFi. I lost every dime of that because the company went bankrupt. Now, did I blame Anthony Pompliano for making the recommendation or suggesting, hey, you could invest with my fund into BlockFi? Absolutely not, because I'm a big boy and I take personal responsibility. So I want to be very clear, just because I suggest that, hey, you know, there should be, and I'm happy to work with this, some form of like basically a charity. Let's be clear, that's what it is. It's not taking responsibility, because ultimately I don't think any influencer has to take responsibility for what somebody does with product advice. That responsibility should only arise if somebody actually hires somebody, like retaining an attorney, hiring a doctor for their own personal situation, or hiring a personal financial advisor. Otherwise, from there, it's a lesson to the whole community. We've got to be more careful with sponsors, and the viewers have to be, you know, diligent about their own decisions.
Well, there you go, guys. Those are the thoughts of Meet Kevin, and I want to thank him for coming on. And maybe one day he'll start that charity he's talking about. Maybe not. But until then,
yeah, right.
I just want you to understand something the next time you're thinking of trusting a financial influencer. These promotional deals, how they work with things like FTX, is that there's a code associated with it that tracks sales. For example, you might have heard of somebody saying, hey, use code CoffeeZilla, or, you know, they have some link, right?
Coffee 10.
So FTX can see how many people signed up with Kevin's link or Shaq's link. And you know who takes responsibility when it's time to make money? The influencer. They take responsibility for you joining their platform. That's how FTX grew. They paid all these people who wanted to be responsible for bringing you in. But
look at him with this multi-camera
setup.
setup.
Go wrong. Suddenly, they're not responsible. You did it. It's on you.
In 4K.
Isn't that a convenient?
I thought this looked really good. It's in 4K. All right, fine. Whatever. Don't care about the rest of this here. Now, let's see. So Mike is a Moass believer, but I'm curious about Gitmo. Why are we talking about Gitmo? Now, I've said before, that, I forget who, Al from Boston belongs in Guantanamo. Maybe that's where he's at, but I don't know how that fits in here. Suckers are just suckers. I'm not sure what he's talking about. But he can't do side-by-side video. Well, it's cooler to do it and make it look like it's in the phone like that, I guess. I don't know. Now, sharing prescriptions is a violation of federal drug laws. So be careful. I'm just kidding. I mean, I'm not kidding that it is, but anyway, boy, I'll tell you what. This has been a long stream, longer than I thought it would be. Not really. Okay, yeah, no. Fuck it, we're going all night. No. 2021, I would have done that, but not now. Maybe we should end with we'll end with Lou. Lou's gonna play us out. This is it. I know I cried wolf on the end so many times, but this truly is.
All right, on the last video, I talked about that they don't need any more synthetics, like going on a limb, because they got
just pointing out
Antara ape. I'm gonna say something to you, and this is something people gotta understand. If that judge does say no to that whole merger scenario, ape AMC, whatever, you have to understand an appeal in that. And I took a look at a couple of things that, you know, like how their cycle goes. Like, you know, federal court has, you know, their time frame for appeal. It depends on the court is being busy, whatever. But it would be at the minimum.
Lou. Hey, Lou.
You're being a little bitch.
90 days before, because first of all, the order will be issued out. Then, obviously, they will have to file their appeal. The appeal,
and he's gone.
Have to have a set hearing date, just like we're waiting for.
I didn't even see the last one.
So both parties will say, you know, why should it be dismissed? Why shouldn't it be dismissed? That at the earliest in my brain could be 90 days after the AMC April 27 vote.
I had to recover it just so I could see.
What are they going to do if that stuff happens? Now, let me tell you what's the
see you in Vegas so you can gamble away the $5 you made. Okay.
Stock going to do during that time. 100% Antara will drop.
You're saying it wrong. It's Antara.
Everything they got. That's how I feel. Why? Because the price of ape will continue to drop, and those 190 million apes that they have is going to be more and more worthless, and it's going to get closer to the price where they agreed on the swap for debt. So my thinking is they will drop it fast and change the dynamics of everything, which is not going to be, you know, good at the end of the day. But that being said, ape, not AMC. AMC doesn't really have any shares out there. Nobody could drop it because nobody has any. Yes, you can cover your shorts with your, obviously, with your ape and long, whatever. But if they're not going to merge, if a judge says no, and then an appeal might say no again, those apes might become 1,000% worthless at this time frame. You understand? Until another vote is done, what is it, the next quarter or something like that? Like they're going to get it, because by then it's just going to be us. Yeah, they'll do some, you know, whatever. But at the end of the day, they're not going to hold AMC down anymore, because to hold AMC down, they actually need that long. They're going to need real shares. With what's going down now, they're gonna need it. There's just no way. Just like we've ran before, and it's always been popcorn, AMC code dropping shares. You would have to have some of the institutes dropping the AMC shares, but they will be gobbled up. So if the judge does say no, and this goes into an appeal, and this takes about 90 days at the fucking, I mean, that's like super fast. Understand, Antara's going to do that super drop. Ape is probably going to go down to like freaking 30 cents or more down. But AMC is to be, it'll drop down in price, but understand something, there's no way of stopping it. And also the value of Ape is going to die down, because everybody knows on the street, we said no. Then the judge, if the judge says no, then if the appeals court says no, Ape is, nobody's going to want to touch Ape. So, Lambo, understand something. If there's a no vote, it's going to be 90 days of hell, and I'm happy I'm in AMC and not an Ape. So, there you go.
There you go. There you go. All right, let's see what this is. It's not quite Disco Inferno. I don't want to play it because, you know, I'll get sued. But anyway, bought an old shack across the street, built 3 properties on the lot, flipped it for another $2 million. Sounds about right. Why is he sweating that much? Drugs. Kicked out the lady who lived there 15 years. She lives in a van down by the river now in Barstow. Because he's holding AMC? Maybe. Maybe. I don't know if he is or isn't, but he says he is. These guys say everything. All right. Well, here.
Roll another blunt, man.
Roll another blunt, man. These is good times. All right, guys. I will see you tomorrow at 6. Or maybe before. We'll see. But any case, hopefully I don't miss the opening like I did last time. All right. Have a good one, guys. Chilo, you lurker? Chilo is lurking. Lynn, thank you for being here. Model 3 dude. Manuel, Sergeant Baloney, Jorge. Shoot. Tony Tenko. I know Ron was here. Yep. Thanks, Ron. Appreciate it. Bingo, I think, was a good thing. Very cool. And with that, see you guys tomorrow. Have a good one. Good night.